Good evening, everyone. We're going to start the meeting pretty soon, so if everyone, if you can, please find a seat. Is it possible if we can please have someone close the door, too? Thank you so much, miss. All right, it's 6:03. We're going to go and start tonight's meeting. Let's please take roll.
Commissioner Lide.
Here.
Commissioner Calandra. Commissioner Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Kreiner.
Here.
Commissioner Sturgill.
Present.
Vice Chair Bray. Chair Vang.
Here, thank you. We'll start tonight's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, if you may, please stand. Ready, begin. I'll go ahead and read the procedures for tonight's meeting. This meeting is being conducted in person and electronically. For each matter considered by the Commission, there will first be a staff presentation, followed by a presentation for the project applicant. Testimony from supporters of the project will then be taken, followed by testimony from those in opposition. The applicant will have the right to a final rebuttal presentation prior to closing the public hearing. In accordance with Section 13 of Article 2, of the Planning Commission rules and regulations governing length of public debate, all public testimony from those in support and in opposition of the project will be limited to 3 minutes per person. The 3 lights on the podium next to the microphone will indicate the amount of time remaining for the speaker. The green light will be turned on when the speaker begins. Yellow light will come on with the soft bell ring when 1 minute is remaining. The speaker should be completing the testimony by the time the red light comes on, with the final bell indicating time has expired. All in-person public testimony must be presented to the Commission at the podium. Any testimony that references race, religion, ethnicity, economic status, national origin, or any other classification protected under state or federal law in a derogatory manner shall be deemed irrelevant and will not be considered by the Commission in making its land use determinations. If you challenge these land use matters in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised in oral or written testimony or before the close of the hearing. All right, we'll start. We have the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Good evening, Chair Vang, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Israel Trejo with the Planning and Development Department. There are no changes to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any commissioners who have any comments or motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz. We have a second by Commissioner Calandra. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Agenda is approved. We don't have any items under consent calendar. Do we have any reports from the commissioners? Go ahead, sir.
I just want to share with our community members, we have a Fresno Go app. Please utilize that to get the roads fixed, to get the graffiti cleaned up. And as you can see, Fresno is looking much beautiful. We do have very less graffiti now, thanks to Fresno Go app. So, please download Fresno Go app. Wherever you live, if there are potholes, please report them. So that way, city will work on it and get those things fixed, because this city belongs to all of us. Fresno app. I also want to thank City of Fresno. Tomorrow at 1:30 at the City Council meeting, they are actually celebrating Sikh Heritage Month. So we would like to invite all of our Fresno community to please join us at 1:30 p.m. Thursday, tomorrow, right here in the chamber. And we thank you. And that's the one thing we love about Fresno, the diversity of Fresno. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, to our chair and to all of my partners and colleagues on the dais, to each and every one of you, I want to give a major shout out to all of the business owners, the business individuals, our business sector, as well as our private sector, to those that went out of their way to assist this year to make sure during this season of Thanksgiving that those that were not able to have meals due to our governmental shutdown and the reopening of it, were able to make sure that they had some meals to have for Thanksgiving. With so much that's going on in our nation, and the lack of uncertainty when it comes to making sure that folks have finances in their pocket to provide for their families. It's amazing to see how many across our city came together privately without attempting to use it as for their political agenda or use it for gain, just to make sure that people that were struggling and those of our workers who were furloughed at the moment but prior to the opening were able to secure the food that they need for next week's Thanksgiving holiday, but also that folks can have food on their table and they were not stressed out with feeding their children and feeding their families. So it felt good to see the city come together privately without trying to celebrate and use it as grand staging in certain areas. So if any of you are out there that have done so, whether you gave to the Fresno Rescue Mission, the Poverello House churches, or any form of any agencies that were blessing folks with food, I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you. People in the media may not have seen it, but there is someone that is above those clouds in that sky that did see it, and I pray that you get blessed because of your efforts behind the scene. I pray he blesses you publicly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other reports from the commissioners? All right, so we'll go ahead and, please note that Vice Chair Bray, she is present. We'll move to continue matters. This is from November 5th. This is for consideration of development permit application number P2501440.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Ling with the Planning and Development Department. Tonight, you will be considering development permit application P25-01440 and the associated environmental finding. This application was submitted by RMW Architecture on behalf of the California Teachers Association and pertains to 2 acres site generally located on the southeast corner of East Herndon Avenue and North Fresno Street. The subject property is currently undeveloped. A CVS drugstore is located directly to the north. A medical office building is currently being developed on the adjacent property to the east. A single-unit residential neighborhood is located directly to the south. And across the street on North Fresno Street is a medical office and dental office, as well as a residential neighborhood. The subject property is planned and zoned for office uses. The surrounding properties to the north, east, and west are also planned for office uses. And the properties to the south are zoned for medium density residential. The subject development permit proposes to construct an 8,000 square foot office building for the California Teachers Association, which will include training and conference rooms. In addition, on and off-site improvements will also be provided, but are not limited to parking, landscape, curb, gutters, and sidewalks. The project will propose 41 parking stalls, 1 trash enclosure, 1 new driver approach along East Warner Avenue on the south side of the property. In addition to that, a 30-foot landscape buffer is also required, as shown on green, but it's currently being blocked by the closed caption. But as of right now, there is an existing 56.5-foot landscape buffer, which will remain and be maintained. Here are some elevations of the proposed building, which you can see the west elevation, east elevation, as well as the south and north elevation of the project. Development of an office building is typically permitted in an office zone district with an approved development permit application. According to the development code, the planning director is the review authority for development permit applications, meaning the director would typically take action on this type of project. However, as detailed in a staff report, There are existing conditions of zoning tied to the property that require all development permit or conditional use permit applications to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. Therefore, this item is brought to before the Planning Commission for consideration. On October 10th, on September 10, 2025, the Council District Project Review Committee reviewed and recommended approval of the project. On October 24th, 2025, the Planning and Development Department mailed notices of the Planning Commission hearing to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. Given the conditions of approval, the project will meet all provisions of the Fresno Municipal Code and will comply with all applicable design guidelines outlined in the Office Zone District. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the environmental finding for the prepared project and approve the development permit application. This concludes staff presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, anyone with questions? Go ahead.
So my question is, it's the Teachers Association?
Correct.
building,
It's for the
right?
California
CTA?
Teachers Association.
Yes. And they'll use the building for training purposes?
They will hold occasionally training and meeting services, which will be held generally around 4 times out of a year. But it's more so for people to walk into the building and stuff and, kind of use it as a meeting space.
Do they currently have an office in Fresno?
I believe they do, yes.
Okay, so this would be more like an upgrade?
Correct.
them.
It would be a new, I would say, a new facility for the California Teachers Association within the Fresno chapter.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have the applicant?
The applicant, I believe they're present on Zoom. I believe his name is David Crawford or Elizabeth Frizzle.
David Crawford. I'm here today accompanied with my colleague Elizabeth Frizzell, who will make a brief statement about the project, and we're both here to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth Frizzell. I just wanted to thank Stephen for his presentation. I think he covered everything very well. So we are present on the call as well to answer any questions that the commission may have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shergill, do you want to ask them the questions?
So my question is, first of all, teachers are the backbone of any nation. Educated communities are very successful. So salute to all the teachers and all the parents, and love for all the children, all the students. So how would this building benefit betterment for the, I would say, how would it better an educational experience for the teachers, for the parents, for the community? Will it contribute in a positive way for like training purposes? Like how would this be more beneficial for our educational experience?
Yes, this is David Crawford. To kind of backtrack to your original question about whether there was an existing California Teachers Association office in Fresno, there is, and the goal of this project for the California Teachers Association is to expand their facility so that they can better serve this community. So they're providing the administrative space that they need for a growing organization and the growing community. And one of the main purposes of the facility is the training room, which will both be used for training teachers and also be the venue for their monthly meetings. And so I think they have outgrown their current facility, and they see a need for expanding that facility, and this new facility will help them meet those goals to provide training for teachers, and also it's an office where the public, if they have business with the CTA, can come and do business.
My other question is, so like, let's say if an educator, like from Fresno Unified, Central Unified, Clover Unified, anybody from Fresno County area wants to, maybe a teacher wants to have a meeting there, wants to, bring the community, bring the parents, maybe for educational purposes, to better their child's education, will they be able to utilize that building?
For that particular, I'm not particularly sure on if it will be open to the public as you pose in your question. They, in their operation statement, they will be conducting training at least twice a month, and the room has a capacity of 80 persons, and then once monthly they have their monthly membership meetings.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions, comments? Thank you, appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and go out to the public. And before we do, anyone, may you please, too, if you have your phone, may you please put that on silent or vibrate. And then we do have plenty of seats in the front, too. So for safety purposes, if you guys can, anyone standing, please find a seat, too. So we'll go to the public. We're going to first open this to any individuals who would like to speak in support. All right, I see none. We'll go ahead and go to the public. Any individuals who would like to speak in opposition? Perfect. So we're going to close all public comments. We'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have any questions, any additional comments, any motion?
I would like to make a comment. I would like to say that this is amazing that they're expanding. So that means I think it'll be more space. I mean, this association represents thousands of teachers, educators. So I would propose to approve it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Shergill, a second by Commissioner Diaz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion's approved. We'll move forward with a new matter. The first one is the consideration of annexation application number P24-02150.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner with Planning and Development. And the applicant is Jeff Roberts, and today's staff brings forth consideration of annexation application P24-02150 and the related environmental finding. The subject area includes 3 properties on the south side of San Jose between College and Maroa Avenues. It is currently in the county and surrounded by single-unit residential to the north, west, and south, as well as condominiums adjacent to the east, county jurisdiction to the north, and city to the south, west, and east. The current planned land use of the area is medium-density residential, surrounded by medium-low to the north, as well as medium to the east, west, and south. Just a little background on this project prior to the annexation proposal. Received a previous approval, the 3 properties, back in June of 2018, where City Council approved a pre-zone of these properties to RS5. So currently, as it stands, they are actually already pre-zoned, which is why there is no pre-zone application with this annexation. Neighborhood meeting was held by the applicant on March 3rd, 2025 at the Fig Garden Financial Center. Of those 3 properties, 2 owners or residents attended the meeting. There were questions provided about future development of the vacant property, the upcoming public hearings, which would be Planning Commission and City Council, existing trash service versus City of Fresno service, and vehicular access to the vacant property to West Scott, where it's to and from the vacant parcel. The responses, responses to those are provided in your staff report at the beginning of page 3. And the Council District 4 Project Review Committee met on February 18th, 2025. They recommended approval of the annexation 2 votes to 0 unanimous with no additional recommendations. The proposal is, again, an annexation of the 3 properties that are currently in county into City of Fresno limits, and that would include adjacent rights-of-way, full rights-of-way, along San Jose and Scott Avenues. Yesterday, you were provided written communication that was sent to staff in opposition of the project. The specifics included that the zoning change would allow buildings up to 35 feet in height and 12 dwelling units per acre, that this would increase in density is out of scale with the character of the neighborhood. It will negatively impact traffic, parking, and overall livability, and they request that the Planning Commission maintain existing zoning standards to preserve the community's quality of life. That said, as previously stated, this is just for the annexation. The pre-zone, which pre-zone these properties, has already occurred. That said, if you look at this area here with the red square is the subject area, and currently surrounding it are other single-family uses consistent with the medium, low, and medium density. So it doesn't seem to be out of character with the immediate surrounding area in all directions. With that, staff's recommendation to City Council would be recommend adoption to City Council of the EA and recommend approval of the annexation. That concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Rob. Any questions or comments from the commission? I see none. Thank you. Do we have the applicant?
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Roberts. I'm speaking on behalf of the property owner. I'd like to be very brief this evening, considering what you've got ahead of you on the agenda. I want to speak in support of the staff recommendation, both pieces of it, the adoption of the environmental work P24-02150 and the recommendation for approval of the annexation. There's been quite a bit of time that we've worked on this project. This is one of those that actually got stuck in the process waiting for a new tax sharing agreement. And that was fairly recently approved. This can now move forward, and so we're in complete concurrence with staff recommendation. Be happy to answer any questions. I have been involved with this project since its inception back in 2017. So thank you very much.
Do we have any questions or comments from Mr. Roberts? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the public. Any individuals who would like to speak in support? See none. Any individuals who would like to speak in opposition? All right, so we're going to go ahead and close all public comments. We'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have any questions, comments, or any motions the commission would like to make?
I'll make a motion to recommend adoption to the City Council, environmental assessment and initiative.
Second.
And so we have a motion by Vice Chair Bray. We have a second by Commissioner Kreiner. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion's approved. Thank
you very much.
So next item. All right, so we have item ID 251246. Do we have any more cards in the audience? Go ahead and if you can pass it forward. You can bring it up. Thank you. All right, and Before we start,
Yes.
I want to make sure, due to the fact that we have limited time, I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to actually speak. And I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to address us too. So with that being said, I want to make a motion to have public comments to 2 minutes, so that way everyone can have an opportunity to speak. Okay. That's my motion. Motion made by me, second by Vice Chair Bray. You want to do this individual, or do you guys want to do this? Well, let's go ahead and just take, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion's approved. So we're going to limit public comments to 2 minutes, okay? Oh, you're welcome. So can we have city staff?
Good evening, Chair Vang, Commissioners. I'm Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department, here to present the Southeast Development Area Specific Plan and EIR for your consideration. With me tonight presenting are Adrian Asadorian Gilbert, Supervising Planner in the Planning Department, and Phil Alt from First Carbon Solutions, who is our Environmental Impact Report Consultant. We'll begin by sharing some planning history going back to the 1950s. It's important for establishing context for this planning area. The Fresno 1958 General Plan identified the Southeast Development Area, or SADA area, to accommodate growth and forecast residents living between Easton on the south, Clovis to the north, Belmont Country Club to the east, which is in the plan area, and Kearney Park to the west. That plan estimated that population would increase from 160,000 to 400,000.
My apologies to interrupt you, but please, if you guys have a phone, please make sure it's on vibrate or silent. Thank you.
Yes, and that was in 1978, that population projection. In the 1960s and 70s, Fresno and Clovis began collaborative planning for the metropolitan area, and there was additional discussion and refinement of the southeast area as a growth area of the city. This included the city extending as far east as McCall and identifying Temperance Avenue as within the path of growth. Make sure I'm tracking. The 1974 Fresno-Clovis partnership continued with a 1974 Metropolitan General Plan, which included additional standards for growth management, including adopting a 5-year urban growth management plan to control the pattern and timing of growth on the city's outer edge. The 1984 General Plan was the first to identify expanding beyond city limits to meet the city's need for planned growth. The General Plan also identifies the area of SADA within it. It identified a holding capacity within what is now SADA for over 30,500 new residents. In the 2002 General Plan, what was then called the Southeast Growth Area, or SAGA, depicted as a new proposed growth area in order to accommodate a growing population. The area was approved by LAFCO, the Local Area Formation Commission, for incorporation into the city's sphere of influence in 2006. A specific plan was developed with robust community outreach and a well-known urban planning consultant, Calthorpe and Associates, who specialized in creating walkable, complete neighborhoods. An EIR was started for this plan. However, the recession affected city resources and the plan was set aside. Goodness. Land use concepts from the draft SAGA specific plan were incorporated into the city's current general plan, and the area was renamed the Southeast Development Area, or what we know it as today, SADA. Like the SAGA specific plan has a total capacity of up to 45,000 dwelling units on approximately 9,000 acres. The general plan identified approximately 1/3 of those units within its horizon year of 2035, with the remaining capacity to occur after that time. Here's the SADA specific plan land use map, bound by Gould Canal on the north, McCall and Highland on the east, Jensen and North on the south, and Temperance and Minnewawa on the west. It is served by State Route 180 along the Kings Canyon alignment going east and west, and is served by Clovis Unified School District in the north and Sanger Unified School District in the south. There are approximately 725 rural residential dwelling units in the area, mostly between State Route 180 and McKinley. The rest of the plan area includes agriculture and related commercial uses, churches, and schools. So now we'll talk about how SADA fits into the city's current general plan. The current general plan on the left was already planned with SADA in mind. The land uses are very similar, and we'll go into more detail on those in just a bit. You will notice that the general plan land use includes trails, while the SADA map does not. These were quite controversial in the public engagement process, so the decision was made to conduct a Parks and Trails master plan as an implementation step to provide a space for more community dialogue on the parks and trails locations. This map shows the different existing neighborhoods and development areas included in the general plan. The various blues in the center with the turquoise blue transit corridors are the existing neighborhoods, while the pink and purple areas around the west and southeast are development or growth areas. SADA includes two development areas, DA4 East and DA3 Southeast. General Plan Table 1-3 shows housing capacity for the various development areas by 2035. The highlighted lines are for SADA, showing 14,900 dwelling units by 2035, and we're talking about capacity here. General Plan Table 1-4 shows dwelling unit capacity beyond 2035. SADA shows a total of 44,092 dwelling units of capacity. In the policy section of the general plan, it calls for a balance of infill and growth, stating roughly half of all residential development to be in infill areas and growth areas. Since 2013, 74% of housing development in Fresno has been in infill areas and 26% in growth areas, as measured by the 2012 city limits. That was the definition of infill. General Plan Economic Development Policy ED5B requires new residential and commercial development that annexes into the city to pay its fair and proportional share of needed community improvements through impact fees, assessment districts, and other mechanisms. This policy states that no city revenue will be used to replace or provide developer funding for mitigation. Development projects must fully fund public facilities and infrastructure as necessary to mitigate impacts, and will fully fund ongoing public facility and infrastructure maintenance. The SADA specific plan calls for policies that mirror these general plan goals. SADA's fiscal responsibility goal calls for providing self-financing for the development and ongoing maintenance of the SADA that does not reduce City of Fresno resources dedicated to other areas of the city or burden Fresno residents outside of the SADA. Along with its emphasis on infill and fiscal responsibility, the general plan includes some urban form strategies that are meant to improve the quality of life and the environment. These are complete neighborhoods, connectivity and walkability, and complete streets. In the next few slides, Adrian Asadorian Gilbert, Supervising Planner, will describe how SADA incorporates these principles.
Thank you, Sophia. Good evening, Commissioners. Adrian Asadorian Gilbert with the Planning and Development Department. Now we will discuss the specific plan goals, structure, and chapters. So as set forth in the general plan, as Sophia mentioned previously, the SEDA plan is designed to accommodate from 40 to 45,000 dwelling units and 30 to 37,000 jobs. The plan includes fiscal responsibility goals to provide self-financing for future development, and the City Council will consider a public facilities financing options to consider potential funding mechanisms for the infrastructure and public facilities needed. Remaining goals are social equity, environmental sustainability, housing choice, high-quality transit service, walkable neighborhoods, parks and open space and trails, and integration of community farming and agriculture. And here's an overview of the chapters in the specific plan, which we will go into more detail, starting with urban form. As discussed in the urban form chapter, the SEDA achieves its walkability in complete neighborhoods through a hierarchy of town centers. The major one is a regional town center, as shown on the map here as the large red area just south of State Route 180. The lighter red areas on the map are community town centers, and the turquoise blue are neighborhood town centers. Surrounding those are mixed residential in orange and neighborhood residential in yellow. The lighter beige north of State Route 180 is rural residential and covers the existing rural residential development in the area. The light purple is flexible research and development, and the darker purple is office center. Green areas are existing or planned ponding basins, and light blue areas are institutional. The light blue parcel you'll see in the north is the Terry Bradley Educational Center. The eastern boundary is the rural cluster residential land use and serves as an agricultural buffer between SEDA and the agricultural lands to the east. We will discuss these land uses over the next couple slides. And here we have an overview of the proposed land uses. Again, these include a hierarchy of mixed-use town centers, various residential uses, and employment and institutional uses. One of the goals of the SEDA specific plan is to create a framework that provides the tools to adapt to future economic changes. Flexibility is built into the land uses in SEDA as they allow a broader variety of uses than typical single-family use frameworks. In order for this flexible land use vision to occur, a development code update is required. This will be a future step in the implementation plan. It should also be mentioned that, like any other specific plan, existing uses that were legally established may continue in perpetuity. Here we have the town centers. The regional town center will feature regions serving retail and office activity, as well as medium and higher density housing. The center will be focused around one or more major transit stations linked to the regional rapid transit network. The regional town center will be given priority as the primary mixed-use employment center, retail destination, and host to major cultural attractions in the SEDA. Community town centers will support the daily commercial and business needs of the SEDA neighborhoods. Neighborhood town centers will accommodate local serving retail, civic, and educational uses. Moving into the residential land uses, the mixed residential land use allows a max average net density of 25 dwelling units per acre, and neighborhood residential permits 20 dwelling units per acre. Both of these land uses support the town centers and the retail and employment centers that are located there. These densities are transit supportive and conducive to creating housing choice and walkable, complete communities. There are also two lower density residential uses: rural residential, which mostly applies to the existing rural residential development, and rural cluster, which is within the buffer area along the eastern boundary of the plan area. The last category of land uses, employment and institutional, includes a small amount of office, and like the city's existing office land use, it would allow compatible commercial uses such as retail. Flexible research and development areas will primarily be located west of the Briggs Canal and or south of Jensen Avenue, and are intended to contain uses such as research and development, light manufacturing, product testing centers, and office development. This area could also include compatible commercial uses such as restaurants, coffee shops, cafes, printing and publishing, dry cleaners, and supporting businesses. Access to regional transportation corridors, both road and rail, is critical. Residential uses will not be allowed in this district. However, buffer standards will be included between uses as needed to ensure land use compatibility. There are approximately 1,300 acres of flexible research and development in the SADA. Institutional districts could also be located at edges of regional and community town centers along medium and high capacity transportation connections. Institutional corridors could house K-12 schools and university or state community college functions while providing a limited but compatible series of commercial uses. Chapter 3 focuses on housing choice and affordability. Housing policies in the SADA-specific plan call for a diverse range of housing types to further support goals and policies in the Fresno General Plan housing element. In addition, the mixed-use town center framework and higher densities in the SADA urban form section facilitate a diversity of housing options. Chapter 4 of the SADA plan focuses on open space, schools, and public facilities. Notable policies include future adoption of a Parks and Trails master plan to plan the best location for parks and trails. Community farming and agriculture are a continued pillar of the SADA plan. The plan incorporates the Fresno County Right to Farm Ordinance, which establishes residents of property in or near agricultural districts should be prepared to accept the inconveniences and discomfort associated with normal farm activities. The plan further incorporates the annexed rural residential transitional overlay district as noted in Fresno Municipal Code section 15-606. This provision allows rural residential use of properties upon annexation to the city continuing in perpetuity. In addition, the plan includes a policy to further support properties with Williamson Act contracts and will not facilitate early termination of those contracts. The SADA plan also incorporates policies that conserve water and energy, such as promoting compact mixed-use land use patterns to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, incorporating low-impact development practices, and integrate water supply, treatment, delivery control, and flood control and stormwater planning. With the SADA plan, the city has an opportunity to pursue economic development strategies that synergize new development potential and become a hub for agricultural technology and clean energy. In addition, the SADA plan is projected to accommodate up to 37,000 jobs and includes a focus on flexible research and development land uses that facilitate uses in industries such as research and development, light manufacturing, product testing centers, and office development. And now I will introduce Phil Alt from First Carbon Solutions to discuss the environmental impact report.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Chair Phil Alt with First Carbon Solutions. I'm just going to give an overview of the environmental impact report that was conducted to analyze the potential impacts of the SADA specific plan. The fact that it is a specific plan dictates that we have to analyze it at a programmatic level, and so the environmental impact report was conducted in that manner in compliance with CEQA, and you'll see that through the implementation of the mitigation measures. They're not project level specific, but they are programmatic in nature. The environmental impact report was initially circulated in July 14th through August 28th. 2023 for public review and comment. There was a subsequent partial recirculation as well, October 3rd through November 17th, 2023, once again for public review and comment, and then this final full recirculation. Oh, thank you. There we go. The final full recirculation was conducted February 7th through March 24th of 2025. There's a variety of different topics that were analyzed, 19 different separate topics under CEQA that are required to be analyzed. I'm just going to cover a handful of those. that were of particular concern, either through public comments or because of the potential impacts that were identified and analyzed in the EIR. The first one being air quality. The air quality analysis was determined to be significant. The potential impacts with this, the full build-out or potential implementation of the specific plan could result in significant impacts related to air quality due to construction and build-out operations. The environmental impact report identified a variety of mitigation measures to reduce those impacts to the extent feasible. But even so, the environmental impact report identified that the full impact would be significant and unavoidable and would require finding of overriding considerations to approve the environmental impact report. Another topic that was analyzed, greenhouse gas emissions. The analysis disclosed what would be the anticipated emissions with construction and build out of the plan, and identified that in compliance with the city's policies, the project policies and design features, as well as in compliance with the California Air Resources Board scoping plan, the impacts related to greenhouse gases emissions would actually be less than significant with implementation of those measures, and it would be in compliance with the air district's thresholds. The next topic that was analyzed, that I wanted to just highlight here is related to transportation, in particular the vehicle miles traveled, VMT. This impact analyzes the total with build out, the anticipated build out of the specific plan as it was laid out. There were mitigation measures identified to reduce this impact, along with, as was already identified, a variety of different policies within the specific plan to help reduce the vehicle miles traveled impact. The mitigation measures identified include land use pattern, vertical mixed use, and residential use located in proximity to commercial and employment uses, an improved pedestrian and bicycle network, new transit services that would be provided throughout the specific plan area, and a transportation demand management plan. Another topic, potential impact that was highlighted and of voice concern through public comment was water supply. This topic was analyzed. Mitigation measures were identified in the environmental impact report. There's a variety of them that are summarized there on the slide in front of you. And with this mitigation, the environmental impact report identified that the impact for water supply would be reduced to less than significant. In accordance to...
All right, everyone, if you can, let's be respectful. You're going to have the opportunity to actually inform us too, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. It would be reduced to less than significance in compliance with the thresholds that are established for evaluating that impact. And the final topic I'll just quickly highlight here is in relation to farmland, agriculture, resources, forestry resources were, of course, analyzed within the environmental impact report. Again, mitigation measures were identified, as well as has already been pointed out, various policies within the specific plan itself to help reduce that impact, buffer regions and things like that. The mitigation measure, though, there's an unavoidable impact, though, a significant unavoidable impact of a reduction of a loss of prime farmland with implementation of the specific plan. So the environmental impact report identified a variety of significance findings, and a handful of those were identified, as some of I've already mentioned, as being significant and unavoidable impact areas. Those include aesthetics, light and glare, obviously compared to existing conditions, Agricultural resources and forestry resources, again, the one I just talked about related to farmland, loss of farmland. Air quality, again, as I mentioned, and noise as a significant and unavoidable impact due to the fact that we don't know what specific developments would go on and how close they might occur to sensitive receptors. And so each of those would have to be analyzed on a project level specific basis. But at a programmatic level, we could not conclude that the impact would not be potentially significant and unavoidable. So all other impacts, though, were identified through the environmental review process to be less than significant or less than significant with the mitigation measures incorporated in accordance with the impact criteria that are established for each of those impact areas. Also, in accordance with CEQA, we had to analyze a handful of our alternatives. As a requirement of CEQA, an EIR is required to analyze the impacts of a no project alternative to compare the impacts of approving the project versus the impacts of not approving the project. The no project alternative must discuss the existing conditions and what would be reasonably expected to occur in the foreseeable future if the project were not approved based on current plans. If the SADA-specific plan is not approved, development would still occur according to the general plan land uses as shown on the map here. The second alternative. As part of the CEQA analysis in preparing an environmental impact report, alternatives to the proposed project must also be analyzed in addition to the no project alternative. The city has chosen to analyze 2 additional alternatives which can achieve similar goals but potentially have a lesser environmental impact. As discussed in the previous slide, the no project alternative is simply the general plan land uses which exist today. Once again, it does not mean that no development would occur. As shown here, the consolidated business park alternative was identified as the environmentally superior alternative. This plan accommodates 2,100 fewer homes and 1,000 fewer jobs compared to the proposed land use map. In addition, this alternative consolidates flexible research and development land uses into the southern portion of the SADA, otherwise known as South SADA. And the third alternative, the SADA EIR also analyzed the farmland conservation alternative. While slightly less in land use intensity and development as the proposed project, the farmland conservation alternative conserves a total of 648.61 acres of farmland in the SADA plan area, which is an increase from the proposed project, And this would limit uses to the buffer, in the buffer to the agricultural uses. And that would conclude my presentation of the EIR. And I'll turn it back over to Adrian.
Thank you, Phil. So now we will discuss the planning process for the SADA-specific plan. So here's an overview of all of the public meetings held regarding the SADA-specific plan. In 2021, more than 20 stakeholder meetings were held to solicit public input on the plan. The city hosted public meetings throughout May to June of 2022 to announce the launch of the environmental analysis, provide updates about the draft-specific plan, and garner community feedback. More than 240 individuals attended these events. Additional public meetings continued in the summer of 2023 during the 45-day public comment period for the EIR. The city hosted 3 drop-in events and 1 Zoom webinar, the purpose of which was to inform the public of the draft EIR and 45-day public comment period, provide information on how to comment on the EIR, and answer questions on the draft-specific plan. More than 230 individuals attended these events. 2 public workshops were also presented to the City Council on May 1st and November 6th of this year. The city did receive public comment during each of the public meetings. Common questions on the specific plan included annexation concerns and land use changes on private property, with environmental-related comments focusing on air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, availability of water resources, and preservation of agricultural lands. The specific plan was revised in response to comments received. Some of these revisions include Williamson Act contract protections, inclusion of average net density for proposed land uses, compliance with 2025 to 2031 housing element policies, and the addition of an implementation chapter. As shown previously during the Environmental Impact Report section, discussion of environmental alternatives, the Consolidated Business Park Environmental Alternative consolidates the flexible research and development uses south of Jensen Avenue and redistributes some residential uses north of Jensen and east of Temperance. As shown on the map here, South Seda generally includes the area bound by Minnewawa on the west, North to the south, Temperance to the east, and Jensen to the north, with an additional portion, as shown on the map here, which includes neighborhood residential, mixed residential, and neighborhood and community town centers. In order to address concerns raised regarding timing and costs, South Seda could move forward as phase 1 of the Seda plan. An EIFD or Nexus study could be pursued to fund essential city infrastructure needed for installation prior to development. To further address environmental concerns regarding air quality and greenhouse gas emissions as a result of the proposed project, the land use alternatives identified in the EIR represent options, as previously discussed, which have lower impacts to the proposed project. In particular, the Consolidated Business Park alternative was identified in the Seda EIR as the environmental superior project. As we've mentioned, this alternative accommodates 21 fewer homes and 1,000 fewer jobs than the proposed project, which results in development at a lower intensity. Land uses such as office and flexible research and development uses are consolidated to the areas south of Jensen and west of Temperance in this alternative. And as referenced previously, concerns were raised regarding the timing of annexation and future development costs, in addition to the need to develop all 9,000 acres within the Seda. And I do want to note the general plan never assumed that any area of Fresno would develop all at once. Seda is a planned growth area which is intended to accommodate future demand. As stated earlier, in the general plan, it was assumed that 1/3 of Seda's capacity would be needed by 2035. And again, having heard this concern, staff and the administration have evaluated the option to phase Seda starting from the south, where access to utilities and built infrastructure is most robust, as we touched upon earlier in this presentation. In this scenario, South Seda could occur as phase 1, with major infrastructure installed prior to development. The specific plan would be revised to include thresholds that would need to be met prior to development occurring within these areas, identified as Central and North Seda on the map here. Additionally, areas zoned as rural residential would be maintained under a future reserve if demand exists after Central and North Seda. Again, this map shows the environmental superior alternative in South Seda. However, any of the alternatives when selected could be phased this way as well. Concerns were also raised during the May 1st Council workshop regarding the financing of Seda and cost burden to existing city residents. As you all may recall, the recent renegotiated tax sharing agreement with the County of Fresno sets a 51% tax split for the Southeast Development Area to the city, a significant increase from the previous 38%. The city is committed to running a fiscal impact analysis evaluating long-term operational costs and resources. Staff is evaluating the option of converting the financial options report into a Nexus study with options for an impact fee or EIFD to fund essential city installed infrastructure. Staff will also bring an accompanying development code update to council, which will further codify phasing and financing. And I'd also like to further clarify here, the SADA-specific plan does not rezone property and it does not annex property. Only a development proposal submitted consistent to the plan and its accompanying development code could apply for annexation. So as we touch on next steps, the Planning Commission could select the consolidated business park or farmland conservation alternative or a combination of both. Staff is further recommending a focus on South Seda as potential phase 1. And again, this will require updates to the specific plan to reflect the alternatives and South Seda, and updating the public facilities financing report in order to return to the Planning Commission and Council. And as we move into staff's recommendation, staff is recommending the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the City Council on whether the plan is consistent with the general plan, code, and applicable operative plans. Additionally, staff is recommending consideration on the EIR, including all of the land use alternatives, including the no project alternative, business park alternative, and the farmland preservation alternative. And that concludes our presentation for this evening, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have a couple questions. First off, for clarification purposes, there's no current project in place, correct?
That is correct. The proposal in front of you is for a specific plan. It is not for any specific development project.
With the current residents, will they be required to plug into the sewer system?
That would require at a future date as surrounding development did occur. However, in staff's recommendation, we are recommending that rural residential area be as part of a future reserve only if capacity is needed after South Seda, Central, and North Seda.
Well, in the event that the current residents do need to plug into the sewer system, is the city going to help out with any kind of financial assistance?
The city does have a financial plan in place for assistance if needed. However, I will pass that along to our director, Jennifer
Let's please
Clark.
be respectful, please. Everyone's going to have an opportunity.
Clarification on that.
My apologies, hold on. Please, everyone's going to have an opportunity to speak. So anyone right now who speaks out of place, you're just going to slow the entire process down. And what's going to happen is no one's going to have an opportunity to speak. So if you can, just be respectful of each other. We're all adults here, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair, the city does have policies and programs in place for when sewer is available in front of a property. And it does, in a agreement with the county, require that properties connect to the sewer within 4 years of the sewer system being available in front of the property, right? So along the frontage. The city additionally does have a payment plan to assist with the installation of the sewer as well as the connection to the city sewer system.
Okay, thank you. And then this question's for Phil. Phil, question for you on, going through so just to kind of give you guys an idea, whenever we come up here, we get a full-on staff summary, and we receive all your comments, any kind of emails that you may receive too. One of the common concern is we have a big issue with water and air quality. So with water itself, what's the methodology in regards to you guys assessing that it is sufficient or there's no potential impact?
That's right. Thank you, Commissioner. For evaluating all the impacts within the environmental impact report, we have to evaluate those against established metrics and thresholds that determine whether or not a particular topic area it would result in a significant impact or not. In regards to, related to water, that is analyzing whether there's capacity within the city's systems to be able to provide that amount of water for the future development that would occur. Within the programmed level of what the city has programmed for development for water capacity. Again, that was also in coordination with the Fresno Flood Control District and their projections as well.
Yes, Vice Chair Bray, go ahead.
As far as the water goes, is the plan to use groundwater or import water from Friant or something?
That is within the specific plan itself and identified there. And I don't know if we.
So,
refer to that. I don't
Commissioner,
want to misspeak.
yeah, so the city has a very robust water plan. So a number of years ago, the city worked very hard to expand its surface water treatment facility and to ensure that there was water available for the existing city limits. Any new growth would be required to expand that system and to provide water and to bring water to the city. However, I can say that as of this year, the city groundwater pumping is down to the same level as we were pumping in the late 1950s. So the city has really done a great job in the last several years because of the water treatment plant and being able to access and utilize the surface water allocations that it has. We've done an excellent job of not relying on groundwater for water service to its population, as well as all of the new requirements in new development require very low flow appliances and have really reduced water consumption at the city level.
So it's going to be surface water that's used, not groundwater coming from that area.
So each time a new development comes in, it would be analyzed to determine what is the source of the water and whether or not it was compliant with the city's sustainable groundwater management plan. And it would need to be compliant on a project level. From a programmatic level, it has been analyzed that the new uses would have less of an impact than the existing uses today.
Question.
Go ahead.
But Chair, maybe it has already been answered. I'm piggybacking off of what our chair asked. Has staff confirmed capacity for water and wastewater infrastructure needed for this development?
So at a programmatic level, yes, there is sufficient water capacity to serve this area. When a new development occurs, it would need to analyze, is it within the scope of the programmatic, the high-level plan, right? So what are the specific elements would that project need to provide to support the overall, because they're plugging into the overall city system. But the overall city system and this plan is sufficient to serve the water needs in the area.
Hold on. For those individuals standing, may you please find a seat? There's some seats up front, and then there's seats on the second floor too. Okay, just for safety purposes, we need to make sure that everyone's seated. Okay. Commissioner Calandra.
Thank you. I have a question about the Williamson Act contracts.
Yes.
And the majority of that property is, I mean, I saw a map somewhere, but can that be shown again? That map?
Do we have a map of
there isn't, oh, okay. Where's the majority of that property located? Is it in the reserve or is it in the growth area?
So, yeah, we'll tag team it here. Sophia Pagalatis, Planning and Development. So if you're asking about Williamson Act contracts, they are not just included in the buffer on the eastern boundary. There are some select sites in, I would say mostly in the southern half of the SEDA.
So that would be the area 2.
That would be, I'm not sure which area you're referring to.
Well,
let's
there's
pull
the
up.
one.
Can we pull
So-
up the PowerPoint again, please, and we'll get the map up so we can see it. Let's see. Thank you. And we would go to, what slide is it? Just a minute. There you go. That was it. Let's see. A couple slides back. There we go. One more. There. That's the one. So
South of 180.
I believe that's where most of the Williamson Act land is, and in the EIR, we would have, I believe, a map and some acreages.
In terms of the contracts, are they in perpetuity? They have a time span? They have a life?
They have a renewal approximately every 10 years, I believe. So they are not in perpetuity. At each interval, the property owner has the option of whether to continue them or not.
Okay, so if somebody had,
Again, let's please be respectful. I keep hearing the same individual, okay? So I don't want to have you removed just because you keep disturbing the whole meeting itself, okay?
so if somebody had a family farm that they wanted to pass down for generations, they could keep renewing, and they would never become incorporated into this plan.
That's correct. And in fact, even without the Williamson Act, if an owner of farmland wanted to continue farming in perpetuity, this plan does not require them to do anything different.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner, the map can be found on page 171 of the EIR.
Well, okay, I knew I saw it somewhere.
Commissioner Kreiner?
Thank you.
Question, how does this proposal advance or conflict with the general plan's commitment to infill development?
As we mentioned, the general plan calls for roughly half of all new development to be infill, and the other half to be in growth areas. And so we did a calculation that was mentioned in the PowerPoint that since the adoption of the general plan, approximately 76% of all new development has been infill, and that's defined as within the city limit boundary as of 2012. So that's what we found so far.
So then will it have any impact on existing underserved neighborhoods?
Say again, so would SADA have an impact on existing neighborhoods?
Underserved neighborhoods?
No, I mean, our SADA would add, new development in a growth area, but the fiscal impact policies would prohibit any kind of negative impact on infill neighborhoods because of the SADA. SADA needs to pay for itself, in other words.
Yeah, I think when reading all these public comments, it's almost like that's like the continued concern is the self-financing, right? And, I would wish that we're able to see the potential plan, the implementation plan, just to provide some transparency and answer a lot of these questions too. Okay. Any questions, comments? Go ahead.
Sorry, I had a question regarding the sewer line and for the residents to connect this sewer line. Can we have specific pricing for that? And I did hear of 4-year financing by the city and different types of help that there is. Is there any sort of grant, or is this just a financing and assistance and interest on that financing? Or can I get actual specific numbers?
We would have to bring that back to you. We don't have the specifics available at this time.
I'm sorry, Brother Chair.
Mr. Kreiner, go ahead.
Please don't, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
So in respect to that, are there any risks or uncertainties that staff has or that you see with the phasing or the financing or infrastructure deliveries? You see any risk since, just a question.
Right. I mean, every specific plan that we do needs to have the adequate amount of infrastructure to serve the development, and that happens both at the plan level and at the project level.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
So I've been reading a lot of the public comments. So my question is, sorry, actually, I have a throat. One of the comments kind of caught my eye about downtown Fresno. They were like, we have so many buildings in downtown Fresno that are empty. That needs to be developed. Why aren't we concentrating within Fresno first instead of like?
Let's go ahead. We're gonna try to get the meeting moving along, please.
Instead of like moving like to like the other side, like why not develop within?
I think, I mean, it kind of goes back to the whole self-financing part of it, right? I think it's the whole plan itself is supposed to pay for itself, correct?
It is, and I can add that the city has a series of specific plans and planning documents that have been in progress and are in sequence and have been approved since the general plan to provide that focus on different areas of Fresno, starting with the downtown plans, the Southwest Fresno specific plan, the West Area Neighborhoods Community Plan, and soon the Tower District specific plan. So there has been that focus, and it's a balance. I would also say that the SEDA plan calls for robust public transit between the downtown and the SEDA area, which could provide some synergy, bringing more people into the downtown. So there is that potential relationship there.
And Chair, I'd just add, I think Sophia did a good job of talking about the relationship to the general plan. So the general plan does call for future specific planning. So this year you've adopted or recommended adoption of a number of specific plans, and over the past 10 years you have as well. So the general plan very clearly articulates each of the plan areas that need a specific plan. It doesn't say that development will occur in any of those plan areas. It is building capacity, and it is creating those more detailed planning documents that the general plan calls for. The downtown neighborhood specific plan, the Southwest Fresno specific plan, the West Area neighborhood specific plan, the Tower District specific plan, the Central Southeast specific plan. And in addition to being called out specifically in the general plan, the City Council also adopted a resolution for LAFCO that identified that it would be bringing forward a series of specific plans over a period of time. Some of those were delayed, including Southeast Development Area based due to COVID, but the city is progressively implementing the general plan by creating more specific, more detailed plans for each of its development areas.
Regarding the robust public transportation, where are the resources going to come for that? I mean, I see complaints often from people who wait for a bus to not show up. Mm-hmm. Their work, they get to work late. So if we can't manage the system we already have, how are we going to create another system that's going to go even further out?
Mm-hmm. So just to note that Kings Canyon, the alignment that would connect SEDA to downtown is the Kings Canyon alignment, which has one of the highest quality, the top service, that in Blackstone in the city right now, and most of that is funded federally, so it would be federal funds, to answer your question.
Okay, but
All right, guys, let's get this thing going.
Have to get from, point A to that corridor. And if that has to be a complete system. So, I'm just really concerned that is, high in the sky. I really am, because it's not working now in a lot of areas.
Questions?
Yeah, sorry. So there has been I don't know if it's a true report or not, but the first phase would be about 2.2 billion. And that was reported. Don't know if it's a true, accurate assessment of how much that first phase would cost, but do we have an idea of the full projected cost for the full project that would include the infrastructure built out, that would include water, sewer, roads, public safety by chance? Do we have a projected amount that all this would cost, not just our first phase?
Yes, and
sorry.
Commissioner, I can address that. So, unlike the other specific plans that did not come to you with financing options or financing details, this plan has. And we have very carefully gone through and identified all of the potential costs, not just the costs that would be upfront, but on the cost at the project level to provide infrastructure. So for the phase one, which would be South Seda, the financing report identifies $61.2 million that would be necessary to get infrastructure looped in the South Seda area and to that area as it relates to sewer, water, roads, et cetera. That would need to be paid for, and there are options that the council can consider when they do actually adopt, whether it's a fee or an EIFD, but it provides options for them to identify and determine. All the rest of the costs are things that are paid for at a project level. So impact fees, developer required infrastructure installing, or park infrastructure that's being installed, those are all considered requirements of development in addition to the impact fees. So the upfront that would be necessary for South Seda in the financing options report identifies about $61.2 million, which would need to be paid for through whether it's an enhanced infrastructure financing district, an EIFD, or a nexus for a study for an impact fee. So that would need to be paid for by development as it connects to the city system. So again, development in this area, unlike any other area in the city of Fresno, is having to pay its fair share above and beyond. So the West Area Specific Plan you just adopted does not have a financing impact report, does not identify how those will be paid for outside of the current impact fee structure.
I had a question, just to simplify it. I know you're saying that the plan pays for itself. I think just for clarity, because it just seems like a lot of people are under the impression if we build this or make this happen, it's taking away from the other areas that need help. And I just want to clarify, because I think everybody here wants to know, what does it mean when a project pays for itself? And is this something like a type of grant, like if you don't use it, you lose it, and it's something that's specifically allocated for this plan?
If you use it, I'm kind of stuck on that one.
No, sorry. Let me try to explain. I think a lot of people are under the impression that if we move forward with this, it's taking from their own community. And we're hearing that this project is going to pay for itself. How is that possible?
Yeah. So again, before development can occur, an identification of either a fee program or an EIFD or some other funding mechanism for those upfront costs would need to be adopted by the city council.
And where would
for the remainder of all of the other project costs, those are built in and those are packaged in. And again, so while the council has not made a determination, they're going to be looking at your recommendation in terms of, does the plan, is it consistent with the general plan? That's the first thing that they're going to look at. And your recommendation on the environmental alternatives. After that, then they would determine, how are we going to move forward with a financing structure? What is come back staff with an actual fee or financing district based on more detailed information. But we did provide the report up front to the council so they could start thinking about that.
So when you say they would allocate a place to get those fees from, is that from the budget of the city? Would that be something that is borrowed and financed, or is that just up in the air?
Depends on the fee structure, right? So if it's an infrastructure, enhanced infrastructure financing district, typically that is a lending structure or a bonding structure, which allows for repayment into a pool that is dedicated to a specific project. But again, it would not be funded from the general fund.
Okay, so it's not taking away from
Correct.
what's already there for everybody else. I just want to clarify that.
Go
ahead.
So my question is, how if the developers don't want to pay? Like, we approve this. I mean, look, when I was younger, I heard running horse. Like, that was a huge deal on 180. Oh, there's going to be this is going to be this. Now it's all farms. What happens if the developers say, I'm just making this up, like the way economy is going, let's say we have a recession, something happens. Do taxpayers, do we have to pay for the sewer to connectivity to the neighborhoods? And also, my other question is, will this affect West Fresno, west of 99 Fresno, downtown, South Fresno? Can the city ensure that the developments of the undeserved areas is not taken to something nice looking with, I'm seeing, man, there's going to be a college there's going to be so much stuff to do. How about other areas like that have been part of Fresno forever, that have been promised that? So my thing is, can people be ensured that resources will not be taken from redlined? We have a history in this nation where especially minority areas have been redlined, that they will not be redlined. Sorry, I think it's a lot of information.
Can I kind of step in? I think it's, us as a commission, we're looking at the plan, right? So we're looking at the plan. We pass recent plans recently too. And I think ultimately that's what we're doing, right? We're trying to pass a plan. We're not in charge of, we don't know if there's any projects. Like, we don't know if projects are going to be built there. We're trying with our intentions to look at the future and see what the potential is out there too, right? So I think that's how we have to kind of look at things too, right? Is all we're doing is we're trying to figure out what is the best for the city, right? There's a big concern right now about affordability. Everything is expensive. Houses are expensive out, right? So how do we meet that? Do we go ahead and start building more homes because supply and demand, right? More supply means that it's going to drive prices down too. So I think our goal is, if we have to try to refocus it, is let's focus on this area, right? Let's try to hold the city accountable as much as possible. If the city is saying, like, we're not going to use general funds for this, then let's make sure that we hold them accountable, okay? Any additional questions, comments?
I have a comment. This isn't really the time we're supposed to comment. I know it's after the public's spoken, but I'd like to put some perspective on this. This plan breaks my heart. I lived out there. I grew up on Fowler, where the 180 comes down. I lived in an old farmhouse. When my husband and I got married, we moved into what is now a 120-year-old house on Shields, between Locan and DeWolf, which is now right next to it, going to be a commercial center. So this whole thing breaks my heart. However, and that's why, I can't remember the year, but when I lived out there and Clovis was putting in Clovis East, I went in and spoke against that because I knew that schools lead development. So you've got a school, that Terry Bradley Center's already being built. And if you think that development's not going to follow that school, you're mistaken, because it's going to happen. I saw it happen with the Clovis East. I used to ride my horse over all of that area. I can't even tell where I am now. So the reality is, it's going to happen. And that's why I fought to be on what was then the SEGA committee, and I was part of the group that worked along with Cal Thorpe to develop that plan. I wanted it to stay country, but I could see it wasn't going to. So I worked with the SEGA thing, thinking, okay, this is better than what exists, because if this plan doesn't pass, then you're going to be stuck with what exists, and it's going to get developed anyway. And at least this is a sensible development. It breaks my heart. I know what it's like to live there. I lived there 38 years. My children grew up there, and I know how you feel. I know that when the sewers come and you're required to hook up to them, that it's going to cost you a lot of money. My driveway was 300 feet long. I know that's going to cost you a lot of money, even if the city finances it. I know that there will come a point when your well fails and they won't let you drill another well and you'll have to hook up to city water. I know all those things, but let's put this in perspective. Terry Bradley Center is there. If this development doesn't happen with a decent plan, which this one is, it's not what I would do, but at least it's a good plan. So if development doesn't happen with this, it's going to be worse. So, you know, it breaks my heart. And that's why I fought against the east area, Clovis East. It's why I went in front of city council. It's why I'm a planning groupie. It's why I've involved myself in all of these things. But you have to realize the schools lead development. There is going to be development in that north area because the school is already there. So just to put that in perspective, let's think about what's the best we can do with what we've been dealt. And like I said, it breaks my heart, but we have to be realistic. My heart's broken and my brain tells me we're going to have to make some compromises.
All right, do we have any other questions or comments for the city, for the staff? No? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to public comments. I'm going to start with all these cards. Anyone else have cards out there?
Just one quick comment before we
Yes.
Go to public comment. Ashley Atkinson, Assistant Director for Planning and Development. Just wanted to remind the Commission that on October 1st, you did approve a change to the bylaws regarding when documents need to be submitted to be part of the official public record. And that deadline is now 4 p.m. on the day prior to the commencement of the hearing at which the item is to be heard. So all comments that were received by 4 p.m. yesterday are part of the record. There were any additional comments that were submitted after 4 p.m. were provided in the paper packet on the dais.
Thank you. So I have two cards for individuals who would like to speak and support. The first one, and forgive me, T, if I mispronounce your name. Okay. Trust me, I've been in tons of classroom and people mispronounce my name all the time. Okay. So the first individual, I'm not sure if you're for or against, just because your letter was a part of what I actually read too. This one is Mr. Mark Reitz. So you selected that you're in favor? Yes. Okay. Go? Yeah, go ahead. So please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes, and as a reminder, you're gonna hear the first bell ring. That doesn't mean your time's up. That just means that you have 1 minute, additional minute to speak. Okay.
Okay, a lot of pressure being first, but thank you very much, Mark Wright, civil engineer. You need address? No. Okay. We're longtime property owners.
Yes, please. May you please state your address?
246 East Denise Avenue, Fresno, 93720. Start. Okay. As longtime property owners of a family farm and 20 family home and 20-acre farm for over 100 years at Temperance in California, we and our neighbors welcome the opportunity to provide input. Currently, there are 3 major residential subdivisions directly across the street from our home on Temperance, as well as a brand-new Sanger Unified School District at Jensen and Fowler. Adjacent Temperance Avenue is also planned to be a 6-lane arterial in the near future. We and our neighbors have gotten together, attended many of these presentations you spoke of since 2007. We're essentially told to hold off, no changes would be made to the land use plan, and to present any changes that we propose to you and to the city council. So that's why I'm here. Since 2007 or 8, over 70% of the property owners in the area do not want the flexible research and development business park in that zoning area. Many of the parcels are very small, 10 acres. It's not conducive to parcels. This would hamper the sale. This condition would promote undesirable leapfrogging over this area and be a stumbling block. And I was very happy to see an alternative to, and that was discussed tonight, the consolidated business park alternative. And as you mentioned, it was the environmentally superior alternative. And as you said, per EIR, alternative 2 would be much preferred to us. For reasons above and as stated in the EIR, we request the consolidated business park alternative 2 or a similar version be adopted as a preferred land use. And I was very pleased to see in your exhibits I and J, the consolidated business park alternative map with South Seda highlighted. We're very much in favor of this alternative land use instead of the original land use map. And we believe that if these highlighted areas shown as South Seda are allowed to develop first, where the land uses shown, we would be very beneficial to the city in terms of jobs, reduce impacts to the environment, reduce costs, and be a great economic benefit to the city and all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so the next individual we have who is in support is Mr. Danny Vartan. Yeah, you can give it to you. Thank you. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Danny Vartan. I live at 555 East Swift, Fresno 93704. My family has owned farmland in Seda for about 80 years. And as beautiful as it is as farmland, the current reality of farming is that Fresno County's 2 top crops, almonds and grapes, most farmers are break even at best. And this 9,000 acres that is proposed here, there's 1.8 million acres of farmland in Fresno County. It's just really not going to have an impact much on the agricultural nature of our region, but it could be a really excellent place to live. I'm really familiar with this part of the city, and it's just really beautiful. The new schools that are being built there are kind of exactly what there is a big market for right now. There's a huge need for affordable, high-quality suburban development near schools. So I think this is something Fresno could really excel at. And this is I was an intern at the planning department when this just started in 2008. And this is probably the best plan that Fresno's ever developed. I think it could be really a benefit to the whole city and a draw for people from other parts of the state to move to Fresno. And it's only 12 minutes from downtown. So I think there's more benefits by far than costs, and the fears of some people are probably overblown. Can I say one more thing? Do I have time?
Yes, you have 15 seconds.
One thing that I haven't heard mentioned is that there are self-driving electric cars all over San Francisco now. They're outpacing Ubers. It's a reality, it's coming. That's gonna up the value of this kind of development. So, and lower the air quality impacts.
Thank you. All right, so those are the only two individuals that submitted cards that would like to speak in support. Do we have any other individuals in the audience who would like to speak in support? All right, so I'll go ahead and move to those individuals who would like to speak in opposition. And again, forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Feel free to correct me. This is Mr. Alan Sitterquist. Close. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Alan Cedarquist, 735 North Locan, Fresno. So I grew up in the city of Fresno, lived on 5 acres in the proposed CETA boundaries for 30 years. I want to give you 4 reasons to reject this plan. Number 1 is that we don't want CETA. We CETA residents want to protect our farmland, maintain our rural lifestyle, and we're facing the potential cost of over $100,000 to hook up to city water and sewer. How would you like that? The city residents here want Fresno to focus on fixing the problems within the city boundaries. Adding 9,000 acres creates more problems and stretches the budget thin. Number 2, Fresno doesn't need CETA. CETA provides 44,000 housing units by 2050. The recently approved West Area Specific Plan supports future development of up to 55,000 housing units and 60 million square feet of non-residential building. Before the West Area Plan, there were 8,200 vacant acres within the city limits. So we don't need this plan. Number 3, CETA is risky. There's a risk that the population estimates used for CETA are wildly wrong. The 2024 California Department of Finance population statistics indicate CETA growth estimates are overstated by a factor of 8. Have you reviewed a risk analysis for CETA if the state is right and the city's 2050 projection is wrong by 400,000 people? If you haven't, you should not approve this plan. And finally, we can't afford CETA. Even if you accept those questionable population estimates, the plan isn't feasible and dooms Fresno to an impossible financial future. The financing plan for CETA showed an infrastructure cost of $4.2 billion and a shortfall of $3 billion. The study found that no phase of CETA development is financially feasible. You're about to vote on a plan that we the people don't want, that Fresno doesn't need, that ignores risky, conflicting population estimates, and we can't afford. Who's to benefit? We look to this commission to be objective champions of the people and not for land developers.
Appreciate it.
Urban sprawl.
Thank you.
Urban sprawl is not the answer to urban decay. Please do the right thing and listen to our voices.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so the next individual that we have is Mr. David Ramming. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Ramming. I live at 207 North Locan, Fresno, 93737. And I, being a resident, am also a farm in that area. One of the major faults of CETA plan is that it results in a loss of over 6,000 acres of prime farmland, some of the most productive farmland in the world. This plan will take away the livelihood of many small family farmers and eliminate jobs connected with agriculture. Once the farmland is covered in housing, it will never be brought into production again. There is already enough housing in West Neighborhood specific plan along with infill within the city, all to accommodate the existing or planned projected growth. Every time we are in the Fresno Air Terminal, we appreciate Mayor Dyer's voice on a speaker every 15 minutes promoting Fresno as the agriculture capital of the world. As an international airport, the message is one for the world, that Fresno impacts the world with its agriculture today, and therefore its agriculture should be protected. I'm sure that Mayor Dyer would agree that agriculture, billion-dollar industry in this county, is what has made Fresno the agriculture capital of the world. The only way to continue to provide for the nation as well as the world is to preserve agriculture, farmland. The thought of developers turning the best soil in the world into housing for affordable housing is beyond belief. Let's keep Fresno the agriculture capital of the world by rejecting Southeast Development Plan, which will continue urban sprawl and cause decay within city limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so the next individual we have, we have Mrs. Helen. Mrs. Helen Ram. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, miss.
Okay, I'm Helen Ramming, and I'm also at 207 North Locan in Fresno, California, 93737. David's wife, we live in the Seda area, and we have been assured that our property would not be taken, although when David farms, if any spray or dust is created, that would generate complaints from the development all around us, and we would be forced out. As residents, we've been asked to cover major expenses. At a workshop for a planning staff member told us that we would be responsible for the cost of hooking up to water and sewer lines, which would be estimated at a minimum of $50,000 per water, $50,000 per sewer, depending on how far back our property is. And we were told that it didn't matter if we didn't have that kind of money because there would be payments available or a lien would be put on our property. We are also paying for the cost of filling our wells and our septic tanks as would be mandated by the state of California. We are also responsible for the bonds of a minimum of 16 Sanger schools, K through 8, that would put the Sanger district alone. Our property, if this goes through, is greatly devalued, and the developers would greatly benefit. Our biggest concern, however, is still that this area is prime 9,000 acres of the best farmland in the world. We're not talking just agriculture land. We're talking prime agricultural land, and that is why Fresno is the capital of the world in agriculture. It is like David said, if houses go on this, they are never to be restored again. And I'm sorry, but Mrs. Bray, I can't handle the thing that this is the way it is, just kind of suck it up. I really do believe we don't have to, it does matter. Prime agriculture does matter. It isn't.
Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next speaker. We have Mr. Steve Sachs. All right, Mr. Sachs, you have a lot of pressure. You have fans rooting for you, so. All right, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Steve Sachs, 458 West San Ramon Avenue in Fresno. I'm with the Central Valley IAF, and the IAF is the oldest and largest community organizing group in the world, working for the common good. I lost my place here. Anyway. Okay.
Mr. Sachs, what I did was I went ahead and paused that just so you can have your complete 2 minutes to speak, okay?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said I went ahead and paused that just so that way you can have your time to speak, okay? So it's going to start now. You're welcome.
Okay. Locally, the Central Valley IAF is made up of over a dozen faith-based and civic institutions that represent teachers, college students, faculty, farm workers, and other diverse working-class families. I'd like to ask those who are here with the Central Valley IAF to now stand in solidarity. Great, thank you. So I worked over 40 years in the public schools, mostly in low-income neighborhoods. One day I did a home visit concerning one of my students. I walked down one of the residential streets and was stunned. The road was crumbling, potholes were everywhere, and there wasn't a sidewalk in sight. I see the impact of Fresno's need for infrastructure repair every day. In my neighborhood, I drive on Shaw Avenue frequently, and it's a total mess. My young grandchildren live nearby. A few years ago, my granddaughter was just learning to walk, and the uneven sidewalk led to frequent falls. There are significant discrepancies between the city's budget and what our actual needs are. For example, this year, Fresno has budgeted $34 million for road repairs. This sounds promising until you realize the city needs $1.2 billion in road repairs just to get caught up. So how does it make sense to borrow billions of dollars developing SADA many miles outside of the city when our existing neighborhoods are literally crumbling? Fresno can do better than this. We need investment right here in the city. We need affordable housing, and we need it right here where people already live, here where kids already go to school, and here where families are trying to build a future. Fresno doesn't need a brand new city. Fresno needs to fix the one up that is already here, which is what vibrant cities do.
All right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. All right, guys. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and read off four names, so that way one individual speaks and the other individual can follow up. First name is D. Barnes, Michael Matthew, Jerry Prettle, and Simon Beisel. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dee Barnes, and I live at 3730 Kinmore Drive North, which is in central Fresno. I worked for the city of Fresno for 27 years. I was an accounting technician with the Fresno Police Department for 25 years. I was the association president for over 10 years for the non-supervisory white-collar workers. I'm telling you, a lot of what you're hearing is total baloney. We don't know what we're facing, especially with all the federal money that's going to be cut. And when they say developers are going to cover the cost of this, it is not going to cover it. They're not taking care of what they already have. If you notice, on Olive Avenue, it was closed for a couple of months because there was a sinkhole, last April, March or April, where the sewer caved in. At the police department, I can tell you what the developer fees are not going to cover is the additional cost of the police officers' cars and gasoline and the driving and the fire department and the street lights and the sidewalks and the streets. And where I live in central Fresno, I worked in downtown. I challenge everybody to just spend time driving up and down Cedar, Fresno, First, Blackstone. Count the number of vacant lots, empty, boarded up buildings. Look at the shopping centers, that there's nothing there. The stores that are closing. We need to fix Fresno. We need to fix the infill. We cannot afford to keep expanding. And are we still not accepting climate change and what our air quality is here in Fresno? I have grandchildren and a great-grandchild. I care about that. And saying that the bus lines are going to work, our bus lines in town are not even working well enough for our students and the people that are trying to get to work. And I will tell you, we will not be able to cover the cost because the police officers were not going to be able to do it, guys, and still maintain any amount of services. So please do not approve this.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, guys. You know, I do believe in climate change, but our current administration doesn't. So, go.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Michael Matthew, 8126 East Carmine Avenue. I was dragged into this situation because the number 6 Mill Canal runs through my property. This plan calls for the establishment of wilderness green belts along these canals to preserve the wildlife and rural atmosphere. These wildlife areas are cited as one of the mitigation features to counterbalance the high-density neighborhood centers or satellite cities. All of the wilderness and trail areas are on private land, more than likely requiring the city to acquire them via eminent domain. Yet later the plans called for various types of trails to be built within these green belts. This is in total disregard of the primary rule for sanctuaries according to the EPA. If you not only allow, but encourage a minimum of 150,000 people in this area, there will not be any wildlife. Additionally, how do you protect the public from the water? The Kings River is regularly designated as off-limits during the spring flood periods. The current in the Mill Canal runs at this flood stage for the entire irrigation season. The canals within the city presently present virtually no danger when compared to the Category A canals on the east side. And even if you could protect the public from the water, nothing is proposed to protect the water from the public. Note that the mill number 6 is a secondary feed supply for the east side water treatment facility. Imagine the havoc one could cause to the water supply when he has miles of access along the canal. I'm just pointing out a few problems associated with a very thin slice of this ill-conceived plan. I have submitted via email a letter that contains additional questions for your review. This is my 5th submission to said letter after planning staff has assured me that all questions would be addressed before the SADA plan would proceed. Now, this letter was originally dated on 11/19 of 2008. Maybe you could get the plan staff to at least tell me how long it takes to formulate a response.
All right. Next individual. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Prieto Jr. I'm a former agricultural commissioner for the county of Fresno. Recently, the crop report for 2024 was released by the current agriculture commissioner, showed a gross value of $9.03 billion in crop production in Fresno County. Using a multiplier of 1 and 1/2 times, which is rather conservative, that gives you just an astronomical number. And it was this multiplier was developed by Dr. Carl Falk, who used to be a Fresno State economics professor and interim president of FSU. And then according to Melissa Cragen, who's the current ag commissioner, agriculture supports over 100,000 jobs. And many of those employees live within the city of Fresno. And they spend their money here. So by converting approximately 6,000 acres of actively productive land, we reduce that amount of money that's available for distribution within the county of Fresno. And also, I'd like to say that our food supply is a national food security issue. We need to maintain our cropland in order to continue to have a safe food supply for the residents of our nation and this county and this city. And then I'll end by saying that I was told by a staff member at one of the meetings that once everything was put in motion, the city would put a meter on my well and they would charge me for all the water that I would pump out of the ground that's underneath the land that I own. Now, how in God's name is that reasonable? And I doubt that it's even legal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's please have the next individual. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time and your effort and your service to our community. My name is Reverend Simon Biasel. I live at 2106 North Ferris, 93704. I'm the pastor of the Big Red Church that is just right around the corner from my house. And I want to tell you a little story. 4 years ago, I took my then 8-year-old son to a basketball game in Sacramento. I made him turn his screen off about 15 minutes before we arrived. And so we're driving into downtown Sacramento, and he is looking out the passenger side window and looking at Sacramento as we drive through the downtown. And as he's looking out his window, he turns to me and he says, "Dad, how come every city is better than Fresno?" That's what my 8-year-old observed, that every city, including Sacramento, is better than Fresno. Not San Francisco, not Paris, Sacramento. And I would argue that one of the reasons my son thought that Sacramento is a better city than Fresno is because, Commissioner, we have compromised. We've compromised for decades. And every time Clovis Unified builds a new school, we feel obligated as Fresno to build homes for their school district. For decades, we have been heartbroken to see our community deprived of the resources that other communities are getting. I see the school district that I live in subsidizing the school district of Clovis and now the school district of Sanger. I love compromise. I love coming together. It's what makes us great as a community. But it requires two to compromise. And developers have not been compromising. They've been getting rich. So it's time for them to compromise and for us to meet them at the table.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, so please listen. I'm going to go ahead and name 4 individuals. We have a Miss Mary Eldern, Miss April Henry, Mr. Daniel Brannick, and Mr. Brett Thompson. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, then. Okay. My name is Mary Aldern. I live at 3815 East Huntington Boulevard. That's 93702. That's the Roosevelt District. And I'm here with Jackson School District. We all feel, but I'm just speaking for myself, from my heart, that CETA has just got a lot of ununified sprawl feeling. It's hard to live in Huntington Boulevard because it's a famous place, and people come from all over just to see this beautiful street we're so lucky to live on. I hope you guys will come visit us. But one of the things that I noticed about Huntington Boulevard is that there is a gas pole next to my house where the high-pressure system is slowly replacing the low-pressure system. And it's been by my house for a long time. And I was told that as the city is going to continue to turn this gas system, into the new, that would be moved along. And it hasn't really moved along. So we're a little worried that really is an unfinished project. And I don't really want to see nuclear power being built in Fresno either, because I feel like that would be a energy source for new building. And I know President Trump has already approved the type of Fresno nuclear power plant that we have never actually said no to. So I'm a little worried about that too. I am a recreational person. I like the recreation around here. But we live in a really hot place, and I've been to other hot places, and I haven't noticed that we've made an Olympic-sized swimming pool like Fresno used to have a long time ago for everybody to go with their families. You don't have to be a senior citizen or a Fresno Unified student or wake up at 5 a.m. to go swimming in the dark. We just really want the city to have excellent facilities like everybody else.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Apologies, but you guys will notice that with the microphone, after 2 minutes, it's going to automatically mute, okay? All right. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is April Henry. I live at 1644 North Cecilia in the West area. And the other half of the time, I think I live at the T Community Resource Center, which is what serves over 20,000 people in the West area. So I was here a week ago to speak, or a few weeks ago, on the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. Tonight I'm here with a simple message. We must take care of our existing communities before opening another 9,000 acres of prime farmland in irresponsible development that we don't need and that farmers themselves don't want developed. It's not just another plan, it's an enormous infrastructure bill, one that will pull resources away from neighborhoods that have been waiting decades for completion and upgrades. If we truly had the money for this, then the West area wouldn't be missing over 30 miles of sidewalks. No sidewalks, no streetlights, no tree canopy, no bus shelters, only partial bus lines, 2 miles for me to get to the closest one, no walkability. My family moved from Clovis because we believed the West area was a growing, promising community to raise our kids. Instead, we watch things stall or get worse while plans keep getting made someplace new where it's bright and shiny. It isn't just about West Fresno. Try downtown, Southwest Fresno, all of our other specific plans, mostly with broken, aging roads and missing infrastructure. That $61 million price tag could be used downtown and in the West area, Southwest Fresno, and Chinatown. We can build the housing we need inside the city we already have, and we should be reinvesting in the neighborhoods where people already live, work, go to school, and pay taxes. We must prioritize our communities that have been promised improvements again and again, and yet we're still waiting. We don't need a shiny new project with a big price tag. We don't need more sprawl. We're living in the sprawl and seeing its detriments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have Mr. Daniel? And just make just a heads up too. What I'm doing is I'm actually taking notes in regards to questions. After we get done with this, I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Brett Thompson speak. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. All these questions that I'm actually gathering, I'm going to give the city some time to actually address these concerns. Okay, and then they'll come back and address these questions. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Daniel Brannick, 657 East Hedges in Fresno. I believe this is the third time I've been at PC in the last 3 months, and it's the third time in the last 3 months you've been reviewing a specific plan. The difference between the two prior plans, the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan and the Tower District Specific Plan, is that you have a capacity house or residents here who expressed their deep and firm opposition to this plan. Many were here earlier last year when this was abruptly pulled, or earlier this year when it was abruptly pulled from the agenda. And you've heard and read many of the reasons why. One big difference is SADA doesn't serve any actual city residents. There are tens of thousands of existing city residents within the boundaries of the WANSP and the Tower District Specific Plan who benefit from the adoption of those plans. It's not the case for SADA, which has 0 existing city residents. Another difference is SADA isn't coming to you via a community-driven process, but it's at the behest of a select few local developers. It's a relic of early 2000s era reckless development practices that almost bankrupted the city about 15 years ago. And I would invite you to call up Peter Calthorpe or Bill Fulton, the guys who worked on that plan, and see if they'd be willing to recommend it in today's context. And Chair Vang, I really appreciate your efforts to maintain civility, but please understand that people are deeply pissed because this plan is tantamount to a really big middle finger to the livelihood of every existing Fresno resident, and that includes residents in existing parts of Southeast Fresno. We're pissed about the lack of transparency about SADA's financing, its phasing, its environmental impacts, its feasibility, and it's a total departure from responsible local government. We're pissed enough that there's discussion of a referendum, and I'll reserve my detailed responses on the final EIR until later, but we have alternatives in phasing that are unstable and not sufficiently analyzed, and we have a VMT analysis that's so especially flawed to the point that CARB's called it out. Regarding responses and assurances about how environmental impacts will be handled at the project level review is going to be streamlined and shortcut every possible step of the way. I see this every day. It's why I'm here so often. It's why I've seen the city. It's why I've seen Director Clark. You're in an advisory role tonight rather than being the final decision makers, but the people are going to remember what you do. What you can do tonight is recommend denial or simply recommend referral to council of the deeply flawed plan and process. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening.
Brett Thompson. I live at 8612 East Olive Avenue inside the proposed SADA boundaries. Not that I need to point this out, but detailed or transparent answers by planning staff are not being given to you commissioners or to the residents. At neighborhood meetings, public utilities representatives told residents, when a water line comes through, it is your choice whether you connect to it or not. And I have this on video. Ms. Clark just stated just minutes ago, you have 4 years to connect to sewer. This is not true. Per emails sent by public utility representatives, connected to a sewer once available is mandatory per Fresno Municipal Code and per Fresno County Ordinance Code, meaning annexation would not need to occur for the connection to be mandatory. If a sewer main has been constructed and is available for use in public street or alleyway within 100 feet of the first building or structure, connection to a septic tank shall be connected to regional sewer systems within 3 years after the regional sewer system becomes available. I'll remind you, Ms. Clark just told you 4 years. No transparency. I feel they are intentionally giving false information to ease concerns of the public and of you. Thank you. Please vote no on SADA.
All right, thank you. All right. It's currently 8:13. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and take a break. We're 8:14 now. 8:20, we'll go ahead and resume our meeting. Okay? Thank you. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and let's start making our way back to our seats. All right, everyone, let's please start making our way back to our seats. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. It's currently 8:24. We'll go ahead and resume our meeting. And again, please find a seat. Just for safety reasons, we need to make sure that everyone is seated. I'll go ahead and name 4 individuals, and please just line up in the front. First individual I have is Mr. Dan Nickerson, Christina Holmes McIntyre, Rhonda Dueck, and Kay Birkin. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Dan Nickerson. I'm here with St. Paul Catholic Newman Center, Central Valley IAF. I live at 701 East Brown Avenue. I'm a little embarrassed by our city staff, and I hope that you as commissioners who are educated are also embarrassed. What they're telling us is, this is a program. Don't worry about it. We'll get to it to the specific plan. Could you imagine walking into Smart and Final and the people say, just load up your bags and don't worry about the price. It'll be funded when you get to the register. Load up your bags. Don't worry about the air quality. We've got mitigation for that. So what we're being sold is, oh, this is a program, and we'll get to the specifics, but we don't want to talk about the $4 billion price tag. We don't want to talk about the $2 billion shortfall to fund specific plans that we already have on the books that we should be working on. And oh, by the way, we have schools, and we have rotting infrastructure around our existing schools, which we should be paying for, and not paying for something brand new and nice and shiny that a developer is never going to pay for. We, the people, the taxpayers of this city, will pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the next individual, Christina. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, miss.
I'm a little uncomfortable saying my address, but I'm gonna do it. My name is Christina Holmes McIntyre. I live at 4850 East Normal Avenue, Fresno, California, 93703. I was listening, and I just have a few concerns. I know I'm not really into land development, but I do know business. And very rarely does anything fund itself, right? And so I think that there needs to be a lot more transparency in relations to how this is actually going to be funded. I also think it's important to point out that this issue is not just a land issue, but it's also an ethical issue, right? We want to look at how decisions are being made, who they are going to benefit, and then also look at the communities that are consistently being left behind. I moved to Fresno about 11 years ago. One of the first things that happened to us when we got here was my son was having breathing problems. And so I had to take him to the urgent care. And one of the things that the doctor explained to me was the air quality. And he was literally on an inhaler for the first couple of months that we were here due to the air quality, right? And so that's one of the things that I'm concerned about. Also, I just have an ethical issue with, and I'm here really in solidarity with the people that actually live in the CETA area. You know, it's just really disheartening, and I know you know, speaking with the city about ethics and integrity and that type of thing can, you know, be hogwash at times, but, you know, I really have a problem with people being kind of displaced and their land being used for the city's benefit, right? And so I think we have to look at it from that perspective as well. One of the things my family enjoys doing is we actually enjoy driving out to those areas, and I'm able to take my kids from the urban areas so that they're able to see the big, pretty, beautiful agriculture that is Fresno, right? And so someone coming from Southern California, you don't really get to see that much. But I'm able to take my kids out of the area into the agriculture area, and I think that's something that, you know, we should all pay attention to as we make these decisions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Rhonda. Rhonda, my apologies for mispronouncing your last name, too.
Oh, that's totally all right. I have been here before, and I'm sure I will again. You'll get used to it. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rhonda Duick. I live at 3401 East Huntington Boulevard, Fresno 93702. I'm the Executive Director of the Jackson Community Development Corporation. I want to thank you for serving in the capacity as planning commissioners. You have a lot of responsibility to make recommendations that will benefit all of Fresno, that is the one Fresno. And that's why this meeting tonight is so important. The SEDA plan may have been a good plan at one point in Fresno's history, but today things are different. The population has changed, the projections have changed, and we have a city budget that's in a deficit. Now, when circumstances change in our city, like in our own lives, adjustments need to be made. And that's why it's important that you all have all the vital information before a decision can be made. There's not been full documentation available to the public, and I'm concerned you don't have it as well. Before an educated discussion and wise discernment can occur, there's need for at least 3 documents. An updated population projection that you're really taking a look at which angle it's coming from, updating housing projection numbers, because, my friends, there is plenty of space in Fresno already, as has been said. There are spaces in my neighborhood. We'd love to have some more people living. And thirdly, a fiscal impact report. Like, people, show us the numbers. I don't want to hear that it's going to be okay and so-and-so is going to pay. We have yet to see a document that will show us the numbers. So, why would we consider expanding our reach as a city if we can't afford what we're already committed to? That's unwise stewardship. We're talking about the money that all of us in this room and many others, the taxpayers of Fresno, have entrusted to the city government to make wise choices about. I do not want my children and grandchildren and, God willing, great-grandchildren paying for poor decisions that are happening now. We have a history of not making wise planning choices. But one thing I really appreciate about this group in the room, most of them behind me, is that we are not just a no group, we are a yes group. And I actually would like each one of you to have one of these flyers that they'll pass it out. The crowd is here tonight to give a clear message that we are paying attention to what goes on here at the city. We are watching and we are speaking up for one Fresno where all neighborhoods can thrive. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Give me 1 minute, please. We'll go ahead and take a look.
Does this go up? Is that?
Thank you.
No. There. Sorry.
Go ahead and state your name.
I'm Kay
address.
Burtkin, 752 East Buckingham, Fresno 93704. I represent the League of Women Voters, and we oppose any approval of the plans for the build-out of the Southeast Development Area. This plan is inconsistent with the purpose of your own city development code to promote the growth of the city in an orderly, sustainable manner, and to promote and protect the public health, safety, peace, comfort, and general welfare. The devotion of effort to the livability of this new area in the EIR and not its sustainability or the impact on the general welfare of the core of Fresno are the most troublesome features of the SEDA plan. The project imagines speculative returns from the expansion of the economic base of the city, new jobs with businesses established there that would apparently employ the neighborhood residents and reduce the traffic and travel. There's been no consideration of where those businesses will come from. Some, or most likely, represent a move of businesses away from the core, providing no new return and undermining downtown and other specific plans. Throughout the analysis of SEDA's environmental impacts, the emphasis is on transportation within the SEDA area, assuming a degree of self-containment that's unrealistic. Government agencies, universities, and retail shopping are all concentrated and will continue to be located at a distance from SEDA, requiring more attention in the EIR to the obvious increases in vehicle travel to and from the city core and the associated VMT, greenhouse gas, air quality, and traffic impacts. I urge the Planning Commission to vote against support for SEDA and its EIR, and the project plan is both unnecessary and harmful to the existing city and to the residents of Fresno.
Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and read 4 more names. We have Mr. Seth Nedever. This individual has worse penmanship than I do. Is Lavelle. Last name is Lavelle. Bet Francis and Patience Milroy.
Hi, this is Seth Nightyver, 2133 East Palo Alto Avenue, 93710. I'm a substitute teacher for Fresno Unified. I've been there for almost 10 years. I've been to every school in the city, virtually, middle and high school. And I've seen what the needs are in Fresno Unified. And what this plan will do is essentially replicate what's happened in Clovis. This is like a second Clovis, or would be, and it would attract and pull all the best and brightest kids, all the higher income earners out of Fresno Unified, where they're needed for not only the tax base, but also the socioeconomic diversity that really fosters a healthy community. And that you're going to further the divide between, you're already seeing between Clovis students and Fresno Unified students if you approve this plan. This is like creating a second Clovis. And it's going to be the same dynamics all over again, right? All the best facilities are in Clovis. Everybody knows that. There's already a lot of inequity. This will increase that inequity. Now, is that what you want to do for the city of Fresno? And I would argue that is not what you want to do. Therefore, you really shouldn't approve this plan. It's just that simple.
All right, thank you. Mr. Seth, the best high school in town is McLean, correct?
Good evening. I'm Robert Lavelle. I live at 8017 East Hedges. That's Hedges and DeWolf, just above Olive. I didn't come here prepared to speak, but I thought I'd get a word in or two. You know, the presentation was fairly vague as far as how infrastructure is actually going to be paid for. Are developers going to pay for that? And a question to Director Clark. Someone mentioned that it would cost $50,000 to hook up to water, $50,000 to hook up to sewer. Is that reasonable?
We'll take those.
Is that a reasonable amount?
We'll take that into consideration after we'll let the city respond.
That's a heck of a lot of money. I mean, that's a lot of my retirement savings. You know, we saw some pretty nice slides. Green, you know, nice little slideshow of the proposed development. And when I drive up to Clovis, I see the crazy housing projects up there. It's just wall to wall. It's just a wasteland of wall to wall houses. It doesn't look like those nice little slides that we saw. So, and when I drive to Fresno, I see Fresno needs a lot of attention. Fresno is barely keeping up with what they have. And I just I don't see a reasonable chance of them supporting the infrastructure, policing, parks on another 9,000 acre huge addition to the city. I think this needs to be rethought, and I think you guys should disapprove it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, miss.
Hello. Am I heard? I can't tell. You're very kind. Thank you. My name is Betty Francis. I live at 2035 East Palo Alto Avenue, 93710. I moved there in August of 2020, so I've lived a lot of other places. I wasn't going to say anything, as someone just said, but this is what I wanted to say. The planning department started, or very early, told us that there was this plan in 1958 or something like that, that it's been around for a long time. I was 16 years old in 1958. And I think it's time they tossed that one. This, I don't know if they know this. This isn't 1980. The man said the pretty pictures of how this is going to look, and someone else talks about how our downtown doesn't look like Sacramento. Well, that's for sure. They've worked hard on Sacramento. It's improved a lot over the years. I used to live in Woodland. So that's what I wanted to say. They need to, it's the 21st century. Join it. Find out what needs to be done in cities today. This isn't it. I know that, and I'm almost 83 years old. Thank you.
All right. Hello. She doesn't look a day older than 65, so.
Good evening, Patience Milrod. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing RCI and the Central Labor Council. My office address is 985 North Van Ness Avenue in the Tower District. I have a question, and Commissioner Vang, I so appreciate that you're going to be directing our questions to staff. My question for staff is, where is the fiscal impact analysis? You are asking us to believe a whole lot of stuff that is by no means clear from any of the material that has been generated so far, including the financing options report, which shows that this is not a sustainable project. So where is the fiscal impact report that would give us some idea of what the real numbers actually are? We don't have that yet. It's been promised to us for 2 years, and it's time we should have it before you deliberate on this issue. The Terry Bradley Center, Commissioner Bray, the fact it exists does not make it inevitable that the city of Fresno should pay to populate it. Residential development is a loser for the local government. Only when there's commercial does it end up kind of balancing out, and the commercial often doesn't get built. So that brings us back to the how do we know who's going to pay for the infrastructure here? Ms. Clark says, well, there will be funding mechanisms for upfront costs, and they will have to be determined by the city council. Okay, funding mechanisms, that doesn't tell us where the money comes from. We know one of bonding mechanism, we kind of understand that. We're told that the other one is a lending mechanism. So, okay, lending mechanism, that means the city fronts the money, and who pays it back, and where does the money come from? What if the State Department of Finance is correct, and there's not the population growth that we're being told there is, and nobody buys houses in Seda? Where's the money going to come from to pay back the fronted money, the money that we, the taxpayers, pay out? One last thing, I'm so sorry. The fiscal impact report.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Say to you out loud, however,
Thank you, though. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one, okay? So I'm going to name the next 4 individuals. We have Ed Antonucci, Nathan Turner, Matthew Gendine, and Chantel Crossland. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ed Antonucci, and I reside at 6842 East Cambridge Avenue in Fresno. I'm a lifelong Fresno, over 70 years, and a longtime real estate broker, more than 40 years here. Cambridge is a small little court, and 7 homes, a little over 2 acres each, and we're on we're on septic. And so what I'd like to say is that just everybody on Cambridge are seniors. And being in the real estate business, I understand the cost, and it's going to be every bit of $100,000. I do it day in and day out to hook up to water, sewer, and gas. We have horses out there. We have livestock. We have it's everything but city. It's not city property. And the cost, and I just want to say this, is that everybody up here, or that has come up here, and that is behind me right now, are senior citizens, primarily living on Social Security. We can't afford that kind of cost. Please say no. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nathan Turner. My address is 3930 East Kirkhoff. I'm in the Jackson neighborhood. Just want to take a moment. Thank you for listening to all of our comments. This is it's kind of a unique thing. So I've got 4 examples of ways that I feel like the city could take better care of the residents, and then 4 questions. So first of all, one of my favorite parks is Holmes Park. It's right by our house. The kiddie pool is broken. It's been broken for over 8 years. My kids are 4 and 6. I was going to bring her up here and tell you it's broken. We would love to play in the pool. That's unacceptable. They will become teenagers before the time it's fixed. I almost put money down on that. Second, we used to live in the Lowell neighborhood for 6 years prior to where we're currently at. We were a quarter mile from Dickey Park. We never went there. Well, I've got little kids. We would love to go to the park. It's not okay. We need to take care of our parks. This affects the children, right? Third, I work with the unhoused community, and we need sidewalks near the Poverello house. That is obvious. There's more foot traffic over there than anywhere in the city, and there aren't sidewalks. How is that possible? There's the hospital. When you're walking down McKenzie, south side of the street, there's no sidewalk near the hospital. How is that possible, right? So my 4 questions. Will Fresno's housing demand truly remain high enough for decades to justify this? Can homes still sell competitively once special taxes and assessments are added? I don't think they will. Are the infrastructure cost estimates realistic given that large projects almost always face overruns? Can we talk about our train system? Oh my gosh. Last question. If the city already projects funding shortfalls, how can CETA genuinely pay for itself? Please say no.
Thank you. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Matthew Gendian, 5075 North Roosevelt Avenue in 93704. I'm a professor of sociology as well. Like my pastor colleague mentioned earlier, my 22-year-old son he's a Fresno State graduate, visited Boise, which is a rival of Fresno State, and he came back to California and said, why is Boise's downtown so much nicer than Fresno's? And so this is a question he's investigating in his master's program. Private development doesn't just happen. It follows public investment that provides infrastructure to allow that development to be feasible. Just because land speculators purchase land in this particular southeast development area doesn't mean that our city needs to cater to them and invest millions of public dollars to extend city infrastructure and services so these developers can cash in on those land bets they made 8 years ago or 20 years ago, while the existing parts of the city of Fresno where residents are already not being fully served. How many ATMs in 93706? How many full-scale grocery stores in 93706? How many potholes on Shaw Avenue between West and Palm Avenues? Why would city leaders vote to build capacity for development in an area beyond the city limits when all expected growth can be accommodated within the city boundaries? Why recommend a plan that doesn't include a specific plan to finance the proposed development? My teachers and parents taught me that failure to plan is planning to fail. And finally, while 9,000 acres may be a small drop in the bucket of 1.8 million acres in the city of Fresno, or in the county of Fresno, that's acreage for ag, I'm certain that the land means a whole lot more to the individual families who are living there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chantel Crossland. I live in the development area. My address is 698 South DeWolf, 93737. I'm a farmer. I'm one of those small family farms. We farm less than 45 acres. I'm here today to ask you to not approve this plan. This is prime farmland. And to some people, this land may look like open space and room to grow. But to those of us who work it, it's alive. It's not just open land, it's alive. It feeds families here. It feeds families across California. It feeds families across the nation. It feeds families across the world. You can build a house on any patch of dirt, but once that house is built, you don't get that dirt back. We don't get that soil back. We don't get this ground back that we can't find anywhere else. We all understand that Fresno needs to grow, but responsible growth means growing inward, not outward, over irreplaceable farmland. Once that land's gone, it's gone. When this city has vacant lots, potholes, abandoned commercial properties, abandoned residential properties, neighborhoods waiting and begging for reinvestment, begging the city for reinvestment, to see the growth go north and to see it go east when you've just planned something to go west that was supposed to mitigate the issues of CETA. It's a slap in the face to the people in those neighborhoods, the people that live, work, and are trying to thrive in this community. You know, I don't live in the city of Fresno, but I drive here every day. I used to work downtown, and while downtown those improvements are being made and it's beautiful, there's a lot more room for growth in here than out there.
Thank you. All right, so now we're down to our final 4, but that doesn't mean if you didn't submit a card, I'm still going to give you the opportunity to speak, okay? But the final 4 we have here is Natalie Ortiz, Trevor Voy, well, just 3, and Ariana Martinez-Lott.
Hi, I'm Natalie. We live in the SATA development. I can give my address to staff if you need it. I wasn't going to say anything until I started to hear, you know, it's a good plan, almost as though you're trying to prepare us to soften the blow. But you need to be aware, and it hasn't been brought up at all, that our home is in the flexible research and development. And from what I've reviewed, there are no houses allowed. And this isn't just my home, it's my neighbor's home, and the city has not been able to tell us what happens to our house. If there's no houses in flexible research and development, and the map specifically shows where I live, my house is right there. That means one thing, eminent domain. So then I think, okay, well, here we go. This is high-speed rail all over again. Because I don't have the option of a loan or anything like that. We don't have a house. So if you could get the answers from city before making a decision, I don't think this development is ready, and I would ask that you say no.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Trevor?
Trevor
Joy?
Trevor Joy, 3838 East Kirkhoff Avenue. I love the hospital
Trevor,
that's
my
located.
apologies, but can we move that up for, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I love the enthusiasm there. I do.
It's nervousness. Love the hospital that's located downtown on Divisadero Street. And back in the day when I was young, they said this was going to be a great hospital and it won't affect the Divisadero Street being a throughway. And I didn't speak up. I accepted the vague promise, and now on a regular basis I drive around because it obstructs Divisadero Street. I worked for the Valley Air District as an air quality specialist for 19 and a half years. I did thousands of risk management reviews for air quality as an air quality specialist, looked at countless cases of what the risk management review will have as far as cancer, and I listened to your presentation about the air quality and I was appalled. This is horrible for air quality. I don't really like speaking, so I'm done.
How do we get this down now? Ariana Martinez Lott, resident in District 7 and in strong opposition of this plan. For the last 15 years, I have been really engaged as a neighbor, as a community member, and I've had to sit and watch mothers worry about their kids walking to school safely, mothers who advocated for 10 years to get a traffic signal funded so that their kids could cross Blackstone and Abbey to get to school. Many of their kids aged out. I have had to go to different town halls across different districts and hear mothers speak up about the same thing in their neighborhoods, only to be told by elected officials that traffic signals are very expensive to fund, and I understand that they are, but they were told by the time you get them, your kids will probably age out, which we know to be true. But I want you all to tell that to the family of the young boy that just lost his life crossing Olive. The same area where residents have spoken up time and time again that there are safety concerns there. And somehow we have the money to do this. I've had to watch an undocumented mother use her cross-sector relationships to get food during the height of the pandemic to her neighbors, only to come home to growing mold in her ceiling and an underfunded and stretched-thin code enforcement department. But somehow we have money to do this. I've had to take my kids for the last 7 years to our neighborhood park because they are playing alone, where all my neighbors have told me that they refuse to take their kids there because of its disinvestment and because of all the issues that have happened there with safety. But somehow we have money to do this. If they want to invest in Sanger, let them. It's time that we make different choices.
Awesome.
We have enough small developers that are willing to invest in our existing neighborhoods.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And we do have one late submission. This is for Miss Debbie.
Good evening, Debbie Nard, 3550 West Spruce Avenue. I live in Northwest Fresno. Our group appeared before you last May and again in March this year, and both of those projects you rejected. However, the city has approved one of them and is about to approve the other. And they've told us, oh, you have to have high-density, multi-story, or we're going to have to do CETA. Well, we're getting the high-density, multi-story, and they're going to do CETA. They're trying to do CETA. Another thing, I live by Orchid Park, and we have that road that the city messed up. They took away our frontage road, which was the feeder street. It's been 12 years since the Wilson development was built, and we pretty much had to abandon that street. It's a nightmare. It's an accident waiting to happen. Jerry Dyer said last year that promises that are 30 years old, because when they built the park, they promised to put the road through, are too old. So I don't know what's going to happen about that. We also are always portrayed over there as having everything. When the police department was very short-staffed, we spent 30 years living across from a drug house that was quite active. At one point, due to the sheriff, magic came out, but not much ever happened. This place was in 500 feet of Faulkner School. What kind of fire protection, what kind of police protection, what kind of roads are going to be happening, because we are not getting it in the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's all the cards I have. Any other individuals who haven't spoken would like to speak? Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
I
Please
live
state,
at
please state your name.
5236 North Poplar Avenue in Fresno. And listening to this and Huntington Boulevard and all the locations where the residents are living, it just sprung to mind that there's a hospital at the corner of, I guess, Kings Canyon and Cedar. It's a huge hospital. It's been abandoned for many years, and I wondered if there are any plans for that thing.
Okay, that's fine. We'll make sure we have the staff address that too. Okay.
What?
We'll have the staff take that into consideration and answer that question for you. Is that okay? Yep. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Shelley Spencer. I live at 3620 East Kirkhoff, which is 93702. I'm a resident and homeowner. And you may notice from our shirts, many of us are from the southeast neighborhood of Jackson. In addition to the great neighbors and community that we are building there, one of the things I love about our Jackson neighborhood are the historical homes and the beautiful trees. But one of the things that comes as a challenge with these older neighborhoods are the infrastructure. I recently got a letter from the city saying that we've tested a lot of our water lines, but leading up to your house, we're not really sure if there's lead in the pipes. So you're going to need to do some testing on your own or figure it out. That's the best I could understand from the letter. It was a letter from the city advising me that their ownership just ends there. And I have 3 kids. I'm worried about their health. So that would be a problem unrelated to CETA, except, as has been noted many times, there's a concern about transparency in the funding situation here. I don't know. I don't have confidence that it's going to pay for itself. And there's been a lot of good points made about how certain things are accounted for, but other things are not. And so we are trusting you, each of you, commissioners, to ask those hard questions and get those answers. So until those are clear, I would encourage you to vote no on any phase of this plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi, Planning Commissioners. My name is Brett Mason. I live at 3327 East Huntington Boulevard, 93702. And I just wanted to bring up kind of a nightmare scenario that keeps playing around in my head, where it seems like there's a playbook. Developers do what they need to do in campaign contributions and using the other levers that they have to get city officials to approve a large-scale development. That's built, and then under promises that people from all over the state and all over the country are going to come to this area of Fresno and buy those homes, and Fresno's going to grow. And what it seems to actually happen is that people move from underinvested areas, the ones that can afford to move to that new development and hollow out the places that they leave behind, and nothing fills it back in. And that is a nightmare to me. That's a nightmare that we would go through all this effort to, and all this talk to invest in downtown, and then have this built and have all those people that were gonna go move downtown once the infrastructure there is built, and instead go buy these new houses out in this area and leave our downtown to rot. And so I really would ask you to consider that and to vote no on SEDA. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other individuals who would like to speak in opposition? All right, perfect. So I'll go ahead and close all public comments. I'm going to give, it's 10 minutes? 20? Okay, so we're going to do 20 minutes to address a lot of these questions that the public do have. Please keep in mind that per our rules, our meeting should end at 10 o'clock. But if it gets to 10 o'clock, we're going to have to make a motion and vote on extending it tonight. Okay? So 20 minutes. It's currently 9:06. We'll go ahead and resume at 9:26. All right? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you all for your patience. It's currently 9:29. If everyone can, may you please make your way back to the seat. We're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. Are we good online? Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to go ahead and have the city staff answer some of these questions that you guys have brought up. Okay.
So Chair, just to give you kind of a highlight of how we're going to handle this. So our CEQA consultant is going to address EIR questions. Our planning manager is going to address operational plan questions, and then I'm going to address population and financing.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you again, Commissioners. Just want to address the comments, the questions that we heard related to the environmental impact report, and hopefully I'll be able to touch on the majority of those topics. The first one related to air quality impacts within the environmental impact report. The environmental impact report did analyze the various CEQA questions and identified mitigation measures that, while I should probably back up and say again, just want to emphasize, this is a programmatic EIR, and so it has to analyze this at a plan level, but we implement mitigation measures to mitigate things at the project development level. So those mitigation measures that are within the EIR will apply to every development project that goes on within the SADA area plan. And so these measures are intended to require that development to comply with the best management practices and things like that that will reduce impacts to the extent feasible that can be done within development envelopes. There was a mention too of CARB commenting on the EIR, and they did provide a letter, but they did not raise any concerns about the adequacy issues of the EIR, but they only asked us to incorporate feasible mitigation measures to reduce VMT and emissions. And in response to that, we have done that. We have incorporated those measures, and again, I emphasized earlier, the plan itself actually will reduce VMT impacts compared to what is under the current general plan. And actually what is there currently as well. The vehicle miles traveled without, I'll just leave it at that. There was an expressed concern about outdated population data not being accurate within the environmental impact report. We've got the population numbers. We're going to share those with you in a little bit. But just in regards to the environmental impact report, what we've done is actually analyze the most conservative, reasonable worst-case scenario that we could. And that's what you're supposed to do under an environmental impact report. And so the impacts that we've identified, if our projections for population are high, well, then we've identified whatever would be developed later on would be less than what we've already identified. They won't be worse because we've again taken the conservative approach of what's the projected highest level of population growth that could occur, and analyze the impacts associated with that. The EIR also identified impacts to prime farmland. That was another issue of concern there. Just want to put on the record the prime farmland for SADA is identified as 2,475 acres. Farmland of statewide importance within SADA is only 1,352 acres, and unique farmland is 1,725 acres. So it's not the 9,000 acres of the SADA plan. that are all prime farmland. It's just the prime farmland is only 2,475 acres within SADA. And the EIR does note that conversion of these lands to urban uses would be a significant and unavoidable impact. And we've identified an alternative of both the alternatives, Alternative 2 and Alternative 3, would reduce this impact compared to what the specific plan itself proposes. Just trying to quickly go through here just to make sure I've touched on all the topics that were mentioned related to the environmental impact report. I think, was there another one? Water, thank you, that's right. So the environmental impact report did analyze the water potential impacts for availability of water. And in fact, a whole water assessment supply report was done, and that's contained within the environmental impact report. And that analysis showed that there is the plan and water supply is available and will more than cover what is needed for the SADA plan. So I think.
No, my apologies. All the public comments have already been heard. Well, let's, so what's going to happen is we're going to hear from the city staff, okay? It's up to us as commission to really ask them further questions or concerns that we may have to, okay? But all public comments is closed. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's all right. Thank you. I hear you. I hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Vang, members of the commission, Sophia Pagalatis, and just wanted to touch on a few of the other themes that we heard this evening and wanted to provide a clarification as far as the timing of connecting to sewer. Should it come within the vicinity of your property? It is, in fact, 3 years, except that if you're in an ANX overlay district, which all of the SADA property would be if and when it annexes, that ANX overlay provides a 5-year time period to be able to connect to utilities. Also, that ANX overlay provides a cover or benefit for continuing the rural and agricultural life. Crops may be sprayed, animals may be retained, and 2 additional years to connect to utilities. Also, any land uses that were legally established that are in the SADA area now would not be required to convert to any different land use that's proposed by the plan. So it is up to the property owner to decide if they, should the plan be approved, if they wish to sell to a developer, but if they don't, the plan would not force them to convert. In addition, the plan would not cause eminent domain to be used to acquire property that doesn't comply with the plan. That's not a practice. With regard to well metering, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act does require assessment of new wells and metering of those new wells. And with that, I think I'll turn it to Jennifer for population and fiscal responses.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, you know, we have heard over the last year that there are discrepancies in population and growth, and we have really dug in. And so while it's important to note that the Department of Finance numbers are the official population estimates used in general plans, the estimates have not and do not reflect the reality of Fresno's growth. Fresno has consistently seen a normal growth rate of 0.67 to 0.85% per year, while Department of Finance numbers have ranged as low as 0.2% and as high as 1.25%. The inaccuracy of the predictions has led to misunderstanding of estimates versus reality. And while the Department of Finance said that Fresno would grow only 0.2% in 2024, it actually grew by 0.77%, which is in the middle of Fresno's normal range. Additionally, Fresno saw the 5th highest raw number increase in the state of 4,281 total population increase in a year, again, well within our normal range of year-over-year population growth. So we believe that while the plan needs to assess the full capacity, right, and what that impact is, we do know growth will continue to occur at our normal range, which is in that 0.67 to 0.85% per year. I will also note that we have on the website a study that analyzes, kind of customer and public interest in buying or renting, and where generally speaking we see demand occurring. Our demand analysis has shown that the city will continue to show demand in all of our market sectors, west of the 99, in our central communities, in established neighborhoods north and south of Shaw at a very consistent rate over the next 25 years. And we don't anticipate that that opening SEDA will diminish that demand in these other areas, and that is available on our website. I think it's, really important to note that every individual has a desire of where they would like to live, right? And not all of us are exactly the same. We have populations that would prefer to live in downtown. We have populations that would prefer to live on our corridors. And we have made sure that we have invested in those areas. We have spent millions of dollars as a city investing in bus rapid transit. We have spent millions of dollars and are continuing to spend millions of dollars in repaving through Pave More Now, as well as annual budgets. Infrastructure in downtown, replacing existing and older sewer and water systems and a water tank for downtown, creating the opportunity through zoning code improvements to encourage new investment inside our existing city limits. And as a result, we've seen 76% of all new development that has occurred since 2014 has been in our city limits. And I think that's huge, right? So when the general plan was adopted, this room was full of people, some people in this room today, right, in support of the general plan. And this is a continuation of that effort, right? So the city has invested in its existing and established neighborhoods, in its downtown, and will continue to do so. As it relates to how SEDA finances itself, so all new development annexed into the city not only has a community facilities district that pays for all of its own, so each property owner or resident or property within any new development pays what's called a community facilities district. So that CFD pays for all of the maintenance of the roads, the sidewalks, the lighting, the landscaping, everything that's included when that neighborhood is constructed. Additionally, all new annexed, that's all new development, all new annexed development is also required to pay a public safety CFD, which pays for those extra miles that fire and police are driving. So that is an additional community facilities district that is placed on top of existing CFDs and existing assessments. Additionally, as was stated in the presentation, new growth in this area will bring in 51% rather than 38% tax share from the county. What does that mean? So that is then general fund. That goes into the general fund to pay for extra stuff in all of our existing and established neighborhoods, including but not limited to parks, sidewalks, roads, intersections, all of those are additional dollars that will come in that current new development in the west area, in southwest Fresno, or somewhere else in the city is not paying in additionally. So there are additional financial revenues that will come to the city specific to that area. The CFDs are tied to specific developments and to specific uses, but then there's additional general fund that would help support existing and established neighborhoods. So those are additional tools. So the city, when it decides on what plan to select, whether that's one of the alternatives in the environmental analysis and the phasing, it will need to determine what costs would be paid up front. So the financing options report identified a couple of ways to do that. And yes, the city would need to bond or borrow that $61.2 or $62 million to for if you started in South Seda. That's just an example, right? And that would be repaid through either an EIFD or an impact fee. So that is the way that would get repaid to the city. And a lot of that would be based on whether or not the city felt that there was a project ready to move forward, right? So is there actual interest in moving forward? So I think, again, it is our responsibility as staff to continue to implement the plans that exist. The general plan has called for a series of plans to come forward. The city has brought those forward, has continued to bring those forward, and will continue to check off, like the next area after Seda is south of Clinton, west of 99, right? So there is a series of plans that the city has committed through resolution and through the general plan to bring forward. And so we are bringing that forward for your consideration. So again, what we would ask that the commission review are your findings and making a recommendation. So upon conclusion of a public hearing, it is your responsibility to make a recommendation on the proposed application to the city council, including your reasons for your recommendations, your findings, which are in Appendix M, if you're interested, and the relationship of the proposed plan to the general plan, the code, and all applicable operative plans. So we would ask that you consider the plan and the EIR and the alternatives that have been identified in the EIR, including the no project alternative, the business park alternative, consolidated business park alternative, and the farmland conservation alternative in your recommendation to the city council.
All right, great, thank you. Do we have any additional questions? Go ahead.
I have a question about the plan area, and if the city were not to take action on this, could LAFCO pull it out of our sphere of influence?
Yes.
And if it were to do that, it could give it to either Clovis or Sanger?
Yes. And there was a resolution in 2016, and thus the council resolution as when it would do its priority of plans that intended to remove portions of Seda specifically to do that.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions, comments? Do we have any motions that any of the commissioners want to make?
I'll go ahead and make a motion. So I knew I wasn't making any friends when I made my first comment, probably not with city staff or with the audience. Sorry. But I still believe I'm not talking about compromise, I'm talking about reality. The school is there. So if we don't pass this plan, which is a decent plan, No,
All right,
no
thank you.
one's taking anyone's houses, but please,
Let's be respectful, but let's be respectful this time before, like, it's already 9:48. We're supposed to get out here at 10 o'clock. We've heard all your public comments. We're taking that into consideration. Vice Chair Bray, she's really stating her comments. I don't want her to lose her train of thought. She was respectful when you spoke too, correct? Did she interrupt you at all? I don't think so. So let's please be respectful of her too. Thank you.
it's a little insulting. I'm 77 and he thinks I lost my train of thought, but I'll keep going. Anyway, so I'm not talking about compromise. I'm talking about reality. If we don't pass this plan and, somehow it goes to the city council, because even if we don't pass it, they still could, and they don't pass it, then LAFCO will take the land and give it to Clovis or Sanger, and they'll develop it, and you don't have any idea what their plan is going to be. And you can fight them too, but it's going to happen because the school is there. It's going to happen. And so
Let's please.
we are here, our job here at the Planning Commission is to see if this plan follows what the code says, and it does. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations and move this on to the City Council for their review.
All right, so we have a motion made by Vice Chair Bray. Do we have a second?
It dies. You don't have a second.
Please. Now you're,
No, it
like, listen to me. Like, you know what, look, if you keep on acting out like this, I'm gonna have to get some authorities to come in here and remove you because you're coming off very threatening now, okay? So you need to calm down, please, okay? So we have a motion made by Vice Chair Bray. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Second. We have a second made by Commissioner Diaz. You know, let's go ahead and take, let's do individual votes on this one, please. Do you guys want to make comments at all? You guys want to? Yeah, no, we can make a comment, that's fine. But we still have a motion on the table. Commissioner Ledede, you want to go ahead and make a comment?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I do think this is a great plan, but is it the time for this plan? I think there's a lot of hesitation and there's a lot of unrest, and I think we here and everyone in the city that has worked very hard for this plan, we have to make it more transparent. There were a lot of answers to many questions. So if anything, I know we need to make a recommendation, but I still think there's opportunity for everyone here that cares so much about their home and for the city staff who is here to essentially make life better for everyone in the city. I think there's opportunity for everybody to work together. I don't know where I can go with that. I think there's a lot of emotions, and it takes a lot for someone to digest new information. And a lot of new information was given today. You may not be able to see how wonderful this plan could be because there's so much opposition at the moment. So I just don't think that anyone here is ready to hear any of the positives given the new information.
Commissioner Kleiner?
Okay.
Like, listen, please, we're trying to get this done by 10 o'clock, so. Thank you, I appreciate it, okay? You see all the stuff that's on my table right now? Look, all the stuff. We've read everything. So please, be patient with us. Let us speak, okay? Thank you.
So,
Commissioner
Vice Chair, and to respect to everyone that's here, how do I say this the right way? I understand your fight. Trust me. There's a fight I've been having since being a child growing up in Southwest Fresno as an African-American kid. I grew up in Stockton, moved to Southwest Fresno, and things look the same, especially in today's day with the person that operates in the Oval Office. So I understand your fight. To my chair, I want to thank you, but after reviewing the record and listening to staffing and hearing public testimony. As a planning commissioner, I can't support moving forward with SADA. I'll explain why my concerns are the way they are. Infrastructure for the project, water, sewer, roads, and public safety, to me, has not been fully demonstrated or how it will be funded. Long-term fiscal impacts on the general fund and taxpayers remain unclear to me or uncertain. Equity impacts are unresolved. Development must strengthen all of Fresno, not deepen existing divide. And consistency with the general plan, to me, has not been fully convincingly shown, especially around reasonable growth. So for me, my vote is not against growth. It's for responsible, sustainable, and equitable growth. So because of the many questions, the uncertainties, and for me, I believe that there should be a plan that represents all of Fresno, not just a certain side of town, to build on. My vote is no.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Shergill, go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to read, excuse my throat, please. I really wanted to be here today, okay? I've been teaching since 7 o'clock this morning. So criteria B, I'm going to read it. The change is consistent with the purpose of the development code to promote the growth of the city in an orderly and sustainable manner, and to promote and protect the public health, safety, peace, comfort, and general welfare. I don't see the peace right now. I also heard a lot of public health concerns, safety concerns, and I think as a community, we must work together. If there is unhappiness, Fresno is like a big family, and of course, we celebrate together, we argue with each other, and that's a normal human behavior. So I think we, like tonight, I'm not going to support this plan because we need to work it out first with the community. We also need to work with the equity, and personally, I love Mayor Dyer. One Fresno, love, we always say that. If it's one Fresno, it needs to be west side, east side, north side, south side, every side. And I do have a couple of other things I can talk, but I don't want to take too much of the time. So right now, I am not convinced, and community also needs to be convinced. And we are here, as I'm sitting here, as a community voice. So, thank you.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Palanta, do you have anything to say?
Yeah. In looking at the two alternatives that are open to us for consideration, if we could merge those, it would definitely, I believe, be more palatable in terms of the farmland conservation aspect, where that will be preserved. And then also the consolidated business park seems to make a lot of sense. Instead of putting a little community right in the middle of it, keep the business park a business park. And that would be an economic driver for funding some of the future development of the project. Is that possible to do, a consolidation of those two alternatives?
So,
yeah.
Sorry. So the commission is making a recommendation to the city council. You can ask that they consider the two alternatives that you just identified. and whether or not combined they would make a greater or a more environmentally superior alternative, right? But essentially your recommendation you could make would be for them to consider them and why. Yep, okay. Absolutely.
We already have a motion on the table already, so we have to wait. We have to vote on that, and then if you want to go ahead, if it doesn't go through, we can go ahead and make a motion. I'll just make a quick comment. Well, first off, it's 9:59, so I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15. Anyone second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. So we have a second by Vice Bray. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion's approved. Quick comment before we go ahead and, not yet. No, not yet. Yeah, not yet. So I'll just make a motion, unless anyone else wants to, do you want to speak? Okay. Quick comment is that, you know, I do believe that the city is expanding. The city is truly expanding from I was born in 1985, and the city has grown exponentially, right? Even though I went away to UC Davis, lived in London, I take a lot of pride in actually, like, coming back to Fresno and trying to make this place a better place. So when I go to Sacramento, I don't look at Sacramento and say, oh, that's a better place. I look at Fresno and say, hey, there's opportunity here, okay? That's how I see Fresno, and I hope everyone sees Fresno that way too. I think eventually, you know, we have to pass something. I mean, if we need to, but I believe that the plan itself should be very strategic, should involve the public, should involve the residents, and it should be a plan that ultimately, you know, it's not, should be something that we can find a compromise with, right? They always say that the best resolution is ultimately both parties aren't happy with, okay? But I do believe that we need to figure out a plan that is gonna be beneficial to everybody that's involved, because the biggest thing that's facing our community nowadays is housing, right? Affordability. Well, you know, if we don't pass this, and what's gonna happen, is there gonna be a 4-story building next to your residence because we're trying to focus on infill now, right? We're trying to meet this housing demand. That's the alternative itself, okay? But personally, with the motion that's on the table, I'm not going to vote for it, okay? I would like to see a different motion that's on the table itself. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take individual votes.
Commissioner Lede?
No.
Commissioner Calandra?
No.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes.
Commissioner Kreiner?
No.
Commissioner Shergill?
No.
Vice Chair Bray?
Yes.
Chair Vane?
No. So that motion, we won't move forward with that motion. Do we have a new motion that's on the table? Do you want to make the motion?
Yes,
Yeah.
I would like to make a recommendation to the city council to adopt the staff recommendations with the exception of considering incorporating alternative 2 and 3 into the plan to preserve more of the prime farmland as a conservation measure, and then to incorporate the consolidated business park as a, I think, more of an economic driver than having residential mixed in with it.
Okay.
Second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Calandra, a second by Vice Chair Bray. Let's go ahead and take individual votes on this.
Commissioner Lede?
Yes.
Commissioner Calandra?
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes.
Commissioner Kreiner?
No.
Commissioner Shergill?
No.
Vice Chair Bray?
Yes.
Chair Vane?
No. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 3. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We're going to move to reports from Secretary.
Commission, at your next hearing, or your next, good God, sorry. At your next meeting, you will be considering the calendar for 2026. So please review your packet. Make sure that you mark those dates on your calendar for next year, first and third Wednesday. And that will be on your agenda at the next meeting. And there are a couple of other items that will be on the agenda.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, time is 10:03. Everyone have a wonderful
Chair Vang,
evening.
unscheduled communication.
Okay, do we have any unscheduled oral communications? I see none. Meeting 10:04. Meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a wonderful evening.